Our cities were already changing faster than ever. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic. Smart cities now need to withstand total lockdown. Technology and innovation can provide solutions. but this requires practical action. Qatar strives to be a visionary. With top-ranking universities, state-of-the-art medical and research facilities, and host to world-class sporting events like the 2022 FIFA World Cup. As a nation, it's also leading the way in smart city technology. The 2020 Smart Cities Summit will be a day of inspiring real-life examples, hosted by one of the smartest and most sustainable fully built districts in the world, Musharraf, downtown Doha, which already offers smart solutions that enhance everyday life in the home, office and the streets.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome everyone. My name is Raw'a Oje and I will be your host for this Doha Smart Cities Summit brought to you by Musharraf Properties. During the pandemic, most countries across the world faced unprecedented challenges leading to total lockdown. It was difficult for people to move, to tend to their needs, to go to school or even work from home. It still are under the second wave. Doha Smart Cities is a significant opportunity to gather experts and professionals from around the world to explore how a smart city can be the solution for a post-pandemic world and how they can shape our future and lifestyle. Today we have experts from Qatar and across the globe. In our first part of the day, we will share with you the Qatari experience before we move to a more global approach. And for this, let's hear what Engineer Ali Al-Kuwari, CEO of Musharraf Properties, has to say.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الضيوف الكرام من الدوحة ومن مختلف أرجاء العالم، المتابعين الأفاضل عبر قنوات البث الرقمي، تحية طيبة. نرحب بكم جميعا في هذا المؤتمر الذي تنظمه مشارف العقارية للنقاش في موضوع بالغ الأهمية في عصرنا الحديث، وهو دور المدن الذكية ومزاياها خصوصا في ظروف جائحة كورونا وتداعياتها. وسيشكل هذا المؤتمر منصة مهمة لنا جميعا لتناول مختلف المواضيع ذات الصلة التي تهم عصرنا الحالي في ظل متغيرات عديدة وسريعة وطارئة، والعمل معا لوضع إطار موثق يشكل قاعدة متينة للتعامل مع هذه الظروف. مما لا شك فيه أن المدن الذكية لم تعد الآن مسألة خيار، بل أصبحت توجها عالميا سائدا تعتمدها الدول والشركات لمواكبة متطلبات العصر الحديث، سواء للأفراد أو الشركات أو حتى للمؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية. وبما أن جائحة كورونا أرخت بظلالها ولا تزال على مختلف جوانب وقطاعات حياتنا، فكان لابد لنا أن نعمل جميعا ونتعاون لإيجاد الإطار الملائم لمواجهة التحديات المستقبلية ووضع الحلول الملائمة لها. منذ تأسيسها أخذت مشارف العقارية على عاتقها مهمة إنشاء مدينة ذكية ومستدامة بالكامل، فكانت مدينتنا الرائدة مشارف قلب الدوحة التي تعتبر من أذكى المدن وأكثرها استدامة في قطر والمنطقة وحتى العالم. والآن حان الوقت لتعزيز الوعي بالمدن الذكية ونشر ثقافة البناء المستدام بشكل أفضل بين الأجيال الجديدة، وتشجيع الشركات القائمة على تبني هذه التوجهات لما لها من فائدة على الأوطان والمجتمعات، ولما لها من قدرة على توفير الحلول المبتكرة والفعالة خصوصا خلال الأزمات. فعلى سبيل المثال لا الحصر، أثبتت المدن الذكية خلال جائحة كورونا قدرتها على تلبية متطلبات الأفراد والشركات بشكل أفضل من المدن التقليدية، خصوصا في مجال التعليم عن بعد والقيام بالأعمال من المنزل وخدمات التوصيل التي تعتمد على الروبوتات والمعدات غير المأهولة. وفي هذا الإطار يشرفني أن أعلن في مؤتمركم هذا عن تبني مشارب العقارية لمفهوم السيارات غير المأهولة، وهي الأوتونوميوس فيكلز، والتي يمكن أن تستخدم في الكثير من الأمور، خصوصاً في خدمات التوصيل المختلفة دون الحاجة إلى سائق. ويتم الآن مواصلة الاختبارات اللازمة على هذه المركبة في مدينتنا مشير بقلب الدوحة، لنضعها في خدمة السكان والعاملين في المدينة فور الانتهاء من التجارب اللازمة. السيدات والسادة، نعرف جميعاً أثر التكنولوجيا على واقعنا العملي والعلمي، ونعلم مدى قدرتها على تيسير أمور حياتنا وأعمالنا، وهي أيضاً الركيزة الرئيسية للمدن الذكية التي تتبنى أحدث حلول التكنولوجيا. ولهذا يأتي مؤتمرنا اليوم عبر تكنولوجيا، مؤتمر الفيديو لجميع المتحدثين والخبراء والمتابعين من مختلف أرجاء العالم، ويعتمد تقنية البث الرقمي عبر منصات متعددة. في الختام أشكركم على حضوركم واهتمامكم، وأتمنى للجميع الفائدة المرجوة والخروج بخلاصات تعود بالنفع علينا كشركات تطوير وعلى جميع القطاعات التي يمكن أن تستفيد من خدمات المدن الذكية. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Kuwari. When we saw videos of empty roads in cities under lockdown, there were other roads open, invisible ones, those of communications. The Ministry of Transport and Communications played a vital role in developing technology solutions for the community and businesses. Talking about this, please welcome Her Excellency Reem Al-Mansouri, Assistant Under-Secretary of Digital Society Development at the Ministry of Transport and Communications.
السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعاً. بداية أود أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر إلى الحضور الكريم على تواجدهم معنا اليوم، كما أود أن أعرب عن امتناني إلى شركة مشيرب العقارية لاستضافتها قمة الدوحة للمدن الذكية. ويسعدني أن أكون بينكم اليوم وراء ألمع الأسماء تجتمع معاً في هذا الحدث الاستثنائي، حيث سيترك شغفنا جميعاً بالابتكار إرثاً قيماً لأجيالنا المقبلة. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، يتصدر التحول الرقمي اليوم جدول أعمال الحكومات في جميع أنحاء العالم، حيث تولي الدول المتقدمة اهتماماً كبيراً بالتكنولوجيا الرقمية والمتطورة والمبتكرة بهدف تطوير مدنها وجعلها أكثر ذكاء. وأن جائحة كوفيد-19 وما حملته من تحديات استثنائية أجبرت العديد من الدول والمؤسسات على تسريع تنفيذ استراتيجياتها للتحول الرقمي على كافة الأصعدة، حيث أظهرت هذه الظروف الاستثنائية للعالم مدى أهمية التكنولوجيا في حياتنا اليومية. وبفضل السياسة الحكيمة لقيادتنا الرشيدة، أدركت دولة قطر باكرة ومنذ أكثر من عقد من الزمن ضرورة العمل على تحقيق تحول رقمي وطني وشامل. لذلك وتلبية لهذه الضرورة، أطلقت الدولة عام 2008 رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030، التي شملت أهداف وغايات قادة البلاد في تحويل قطر إلى بلد ذكي ومجتمع متقدم قادر على تحقيق التنمية المستدامة. وتضمن تحولنا من الاقتصاد التقليدي المعتمد على الموارد الطبيعية إلى مجتمع المعلومات القائم على اقتصاد المعرفة، حيث تتبوأ دولة قطر موقعها في طليعة العالم الرقمي. ولتحقيق هذه الرؤية، أطلقت وزارة المواصلات والاتصالات برنامج قطر الذكية تسمو كاستجابة رقمية لرؤية قطر الوطنية. والآن تحت إشراف وزارة المواصلات والاتصالات يعمل برنامج تسمو على تسخير التكنولوجيا المتقدمة والمبتكرة لتقديم حلول وتطبيقات ذكية عبر 5 قطاعات ذات أولوية، وهي المواصلات والرعاية الصحية والخدمات اللوجستية والبيئة والرياضة. إن للشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص أهمية جوهرية في بناء المجتمع الذكي، ولذا قمنا في وزارة المواصلات والاتصالات عبر برنامج قطر الذكية تسمو ببناء شراكات مع أهم الشركات والمؤسسات التكنولوجية والجهات والمؤسسات الحكومية والمؤسسات البحثية والأكاديمية، حيث يعمل برنامج تسمو الآن على ترجمة هذه الشراكات إلى نتائج ملموسة عبر إنشاء حلول وتطبيقات ذكية واقعية وملموسة وذات الصلة بالتحديات الحالية والمستقبلية في قطر. وعلى سبيل المثال لا الحصر، الشراكة التي وقعتها الوزارة مع تحالف تقوده شركة أوريدو، ويضم مجموعة من أبرز شركات التكنولوجيا في العالم لإنشاء منصة تسمو المركزية التي تعتبر نواة برنامج تسمو، والتي يتم من خلالها الربط بين جميع المشاريع والقطاعات، بما يضمن تطوير حلول وتطبيقات ذكية متكاملة تلبي متطلبات ومعايير جميع القطاعات، والتي تأتي كواحدة من العديد من الشراكات الأخرى والمشاريع والتطويرات والحلول التكنولوجية المتقدمة التي ستساهم في تحول الدوحة إلى مدينة ذكية في المستقبل القريب. كما تعتبر المنصة المركزية منصة فريدة من نوعها، تعمل على إدارة المدينة الذكية وتتمتع بقدرات تحليلية هائلة للبيانات، كاستيعاب البيانات ومعالجتها وتكاملها وتصورها. وبدعم من نموذج قوي لحوكمة البيانات، ستساعد المنصة في تمكين التعاون بين القطاعات وتنظيم المشاركة الديناميكية للبيانات، وبالتالي توفير منظومة ابتكار حيوية تدعم وتعزز ريادة الأعمال في مختلف المجالات الرقمية. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، هذا العام وللمساعدة في تخفيف الضغط على مرافق الرعاية الصحية لدينا أثناء جائحة كوفيد-19، قمنا بتسريع تنفيذ إحدى حلولنا الذكية في قطاع الرعاية الصحية، حيث أطلقنا بالتعاون مع وزارة الصحة العامة خدمات الاستشارة الافتراضية في كل من مؤسسة الرعاية الصحية الأولية ومؤسسة حمد وسدرة للطب. كما قمنا بتسريع هذا التعاون على مستوى الدولة لضمان تمكين المجتمع من الحد من تفشي الجائحة وحصول الأشخاص على المشورة الطبية والتشخيص اللازم بأمان من منازلهم. بالإضافة إلى ذلك، وكاستجابة فورية لإدارة الأزمة الراهنة ومواجهة تداعياتها، وبالتعاون مع وزارة الصحة العامة ووزارة الداخلية، قمنا بإطلاق تطبيق احتراز، الحل الذكي الذي يساعد في تحديد وإدارة السلاسل الانتقالية للفيروس، وتنبيه الأفراد الذين هم على اتصال بالمرض، ومساعدة الجهات الصحية على تحديد أولويات الاختبار. سيدات والسادة، إن للعنصر البشري أولوية بالنسبة إلينا، ولذا فقد أولت الوزارة عبر برنامج تسمو أهمية كبيرة لضمان تبني واعتماد التقنيات الذكية بنجاح في مجتمعنا. وانطلاقا من أهدافنا التي سنعمل على تحقيقها، أود التأكيد على أن نجاح أي مشروع يعتمد بشكل أساسي على التعاون والتكاتف بين مختلف الجهات والأطراف. لذلك أود أن أتوجه بالشكر بشكل خاص إلى كافة شركائنا الحكوميين وغير الحكوميين على دعمهم المستمر لنا في مسيرتنا نحو بناء قطر الذكية. وانتهز هذه الفرصة لوجه الدعوة للمستثمرين ورواد الأعمال وشركات التكنولوجيا للتعاون مع وزارة المواصلات والاتصالات وبرنامج قطر الذكية تسمو ومشاركتنا في هذه المسيرة. وفي الختام، فإن رؤيتنا تتمثل في بناء مجتمع ذكي مستدام وحيوي يرتقي بمستوى الحياة في قطر من خلال الاستخدام الأمثل للتكنولوجيا والابتكار. إن المجموعة الواسعة من مبادراتنا وجهودنا الحكومية تحث الخطى على الطريق الصحيح لتحقيق ذلك. وأنا على ثقة بأن قمة الدوحة للمدن الذكية ستكون مصدر إلهام كبير سيساهم في خلق الإرث المناسب لمستقبل دولتنا. فنجاح دولتنا يتطلب منا جميعا العمل معا لتحقيق هدفنا المشترك. شكرا لاستماعكم، وأتمنى لكم جميعا مستقبلا مشرقا وذكيا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency Al-Mansouri. When we talk about smart cities, we should definitely talk about the technology behind it. The Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy utilizes innovative technologies and systems developed in Qatar and worldwide to build a long-lasting legacy for the region. Sustainability and technology are the core pillars of the committee's mission and vision. His Excellency Hassan Al-Dawadi, Secretary General of the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy and Chairman of FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022, has more information to share with us.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الكرام، لقد مر ما يقارب 10 سنوات على فوزنا بحق استضافة بطولة كأس العالم 2022، ولم يتبقى سوى عامين على انطلاق صافرة المباراة الافتتاحية لأول نسخة من المونديال في الشرق الأوسط والعالم العربي على أرضية استاد البيت في دولة قطر. وفي هذا السياق يسعدني التأكيد على أن استعدادات قطر لاستضافة البطولة تسير وفق الجدول الزمني المحدد لها، وأننا نواصل المضي قدما في طريقنا لتنظيم بطولة استثنائية في تاريخ الأحداث الرياضية العالمية. لقد واجهتنا العديد من التحديات طوال 10 سنوات الماضية، آخرها جائحة كوفيد-19، والتي تمثل واحدة من أصعب التحديات التي تعاملنا وما زلنا نتعامل معها. وبفضل من الله سبحانه وتعالى وبالعمل الدؤوب وروح الفريق الواحد، ومن خلال التخطيط السليم والتنسيق مع الشركاء طوال السنوات العشر الماضية، نجحنا في التغلب على كل تلك العقبات، ونحن على أتم الاستعداد للتعامل مع أي تحديات قد تواجهنا في الفترة القادمة. ولا يخفى عليكم بأن هناك ارتباط وثيق بين الاستدامة والإرث، وقد أكدنا على التزامنا بهما منذ اللحظة الأولى لإعداد ملف قطر لاستضافة المونديال، وما زلنا مستمرون في هذا الالتزام. وفي هذا السياق فإننا نواصل العمل لاستضافة أول نسخة لبطولة كأس العالم تكون صديقة للبيئة من ناحية الانبعاثات الكربونية، وسيشارك اللاعبون على أرضية استادات سيتم تفكيك البعض منها بشكل جزئي أو كلي بعد البطولة، حيث سيتم التبرع بالآلاف من مقاعد الاستادات لصالح بناء مرافق رياضية في مجموعة من الدول بالتنسيق مع الاتحاد الدولي لكرة القدم، لنقدم بذلك نموذجا فريدا على صعيد الإرث يستفيد منه منظمو البطولات الكبرى في المستقبل. إضافة إلى ذلك، لم يقتصر هدفنا من تصميم الاستادات والمناطق المحيطة بها على استضافتها مباريات على مدى 28 يوما فقط، بل نصب تركيزنا على بناء منشآت ومرافق متطورة تخدم جميع أفراد المجتمع وتعزز الترابط بين أبنائه بعد انتهاء منافسات البطولة، وتعزيز ثقافة ممارسة الرياضة وانتهاج أنماط حياة صحية، ولن ندخر أي جهد في سبيل تحقيق ذلك. وللوصول إلى هذا الهدف حرصنا على التواصل مباشرة مع أفراد المجتمع للتعرف على احتياجاتهم عن قرب، للتأكد من تلبية مرافق البطولة لتطلعاتهم قدر الإمكان، مع مراعاة جوانب الاستدامة التي نلتزم بها في كل ما نقوم به، ومن بينها استخدام مواد بناء محلية وأخرى معاد تدويرها، وتعزيز كفاءة الطاقة والمياه، وضمان المحافظة على النباتات والحياة البرية في المناطق التي تحتضن استادات ومرافق البطولة. ونهدف من خلال هذه الجهود وغيرها إلى وضع معايير عالمية جديدة في مراعاة جوانب الاستدامة خلال الإعداد لاستضافة الأحداث الكبرى، الأمر الذي يتناغم مع المبادرات الرائعة والجهود القيمة التي تبذلها مشيرب ومؤسسة قطر وغيرهما من المؤسسات والهيئات المحلية لبناء إرث للاستدامة في كافة جوانب الحياة في قطر. وانطلاقا من إيمان هذه المؤسسات الوطنية بأهمية الاستدامة وأثرها الإيجابي الهائل على الأجيال القادمة، يتواصل العمل دون كلل لضمان تقديم تجربة ذكية للزوار المتوقع قدومهم إلى قطر عام 2022، وذلك منذ لحظة صعودهم على متن إحدى طائرات الخطوط الجوية القطرية، وصولا إلى مطار حمد الدولي، واستخدام شبكة اتصال الجيل الخامس، ثم الانتقال عبر مترو الدوحة، وحجز أماكن إقامتهم في مدينة مشيرب وغيرها، وكذلك التنقل من وإلى الاستادات البطولة وكافة المعالم السياحية في الدولة. ونواصل التعاون مع مجموعة من الشركاء لإثراء تجربة المشجع في كل خطوة يخطوها على أرض دولة قطر، ونعمل حاليا على وضع اللمسات الأخيرة على عدد من المبادرات الذكية التي ستضمن استمتاع زوارنا بتجربة استثنائية مميزة لا مثيل لها في 2022. ورغم إيماننا بالأهمية الحيوية لتقديم تجربة غير مسبوقة للمشجعين خلال المونديال وجهودنا المتواصلة لتحقيق ذلك، إلا أننا نركز في الوقت ذاته على سبل الاستفادة من هذه الجهود بحيث تترك أثرا إيجابيا لأعوام طويلة بعد انتهاء البطولة. ومن أجل إنجاز هذا الهدف ينبغي وضع أهداف الاستدامة والإرث نصب أعيننا في كل ما نقوم به من عمل، وأن نتجنب بناء منشآت لا يتم استغلالها بشكل كامل بعد البطولة. وبالنظر إلى المبادرات الذكية التي ترتكز على أسس تكنولوجية، فإننا نرى أنها قد لا تحقق النجاح المرجو منها دائما ما لم يتم التخطيط لها وفق رؤية واضحة بعيدة المدى تضمن إرثا مستداما للأجيال القادمة. وإننا لا نفخر بأن مدينة مشيرب قلب الدوحة هي من الأمثلة الواضحة على ذلك، إذ تجسد الاستدامة المعززة بالتكنولوجيا في أبهى صورها، مما سيعود بالنفع على الأجيال المقبلة لعقود طويلة، والإسهام في تحقيق رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 وتحسين حياة المواطنين والمقيمين، وتوفير نمط حياة عصري مستدام يلائم جميع زوار قطر في 2022 وبعدها. شكرا جزيلا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency Al-Dawadi. The telecom provider Vodafone Qatar sponsors this summit by providing telecom services to Sharib Doha downtown. This includes the 5G network, the smart services core pillar. Today we have with us His Excellency Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah Al Thani, CEO of Vodafone Qatar. He will shed the light on the importance of telecom and its role in smart cities.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أحدثكم اليوم حول المدن الذكية. فالتحول لمدن ذكية لم يعد جزءا من الكماليات، بل ضرورة عالمية لحل الكثير من التحديات التي يواجهها العالم. كما نعلم جميعا، كان التحدي الأكبر الذي واجهنا هذا العام هو الاستجابة العالمية لمواجهة فيروس كورونا كوفيد-19. فقد كان واضحا وجليا في هذه المواجهة تفوق المدن الذكية في سرعة وكفاءة الاستجابة لمكافحة هذا الفيروس، سواء كانت مدن ذكية بالكامل أو بشكل جزئي من ناحية امتلاكها لبعض المكونات الذكية. فعلى سبيل المثال، فقد ساهمت شبكة المستشعرات المنتشرة في بعض المدن الذكية حول العالم في كبح جماح انتشار الفيروس، وذلك من خلال تحليل البيانات الضخمة وتطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي، مما ساعد الجهات المسؤولة حول وضع الخطط اللازمة للحد من التجمعات وكذلك تتبع المصابين المحتملين. لطالما كانت المدن الذكية نقطة محورية في السباق نحو التنمية الاقتصادية والازدهار، ولكن يظهر لنا جليا الآن الدور الحاسم الذي تلعبه التكنولوجيا الرقمية المتقدمة في تحقيق المرونة اللازمة للاستجابة للتحديات المشابهة. فمن ناحية اقتصادية، لا تعمل هذه التكنولوجيا على دفع عجلة الابتكار وتعزيز القدرة التنافسية فحسب، بل إنها ضرورية أيضا في المساهمة في الجهود المبذولة لضمان بقاء المدن نشطة وفعالة، وستكون ضرورية لتكيف العالم أثناء قيامنا بإعادة بناء اقتصاداتنا وإيجاد طرق أكثر استدامة وفعالية بالنسبة لنا للعمل وإدارة اقتصاداتنا والاستمرار في إنشاء بيئة حضارية ديناميكية. تعتمد المدن الذكية بشكل كبير على نسيج من بنى تحتية تكنولوجية مختلفة، من اتصالات فائقة السرعة ومنصات تكنولوجيا الأشياء والبيانات الضخمة والذكاء الصناعي، بالإضافة إلى أنواع كثيرة من المستشعرات. فأغلب هذه التكنولوجيا كانت لوقت ليس ببعيد جزء من روايات وأفلام الخيال العلمي، لكنها اليوم وبشكل متسارع أصبحت جزءا مدمجا في حياتنا اليومية وفي كل مكان من حولنا في مدننا الذكية. على مدار العقد الماضي كان ولا زال الابتكار التكنولوجي والرقمي يشكل جوهر رؤية فودافون في قطر. لقد استثمرنا بكثافة في بناء تحتية قوية لتحفيز التحول الرقمي والمساهمة في تحويل مدننا إلى مدن رقمية ذكية تمكن من دمج البيانات وتحليلها ومشاركتها باستخدام تكنولوجيا عدة كالبيانات الضخمة والذكاء الصناعي وغيرها. من جملة هذه الاستثمارات استثماراتنا في شبكة الجيل الخامس، شبكة MBIoT، منصات إنترنت الأشياء، ومنصات البيانات الضخمة والذكاء الصناعي. فبالنسبة لشبكة الجيل الخامس، فقد كانت فودافون قطر من أول من أطلق شبكة الجيل الخامس في العالم، وأول من قدم الخدمات للمستخدمين الفعليين في قطر، حيث أن شبكتنا تغطي اليوم ما يقارب من 75% من العاصمة الدوحة، إضافة إلى غالبية المدن الخارجية الأخرى. سيكون للسرعة العالية والاستجابة الفائقة والسعة التي توفرها شبكة الجيل الخامس تأثير عميق على طريقة عيشنا وعملنا في قطر. وفيما يتعلق بإنترنت الأشياء ومنصاتها، فقد أطلقنا العام الماضي أول شبكة للحزمة الضيقة لإنترنت الأشياء، أو المعروفة ب MBIoT، في كافة أرجاء الدولة، وهي تقنية ذات طاقة منخفضة وشبكة تغطية واسعة صممت خصيصا للمدن الذكية، وذلك لمرونتها وتكاليفها المنخفضة نسبيا. فمن خلال اتصال وتفاعل هذه الشبكة مع خدمات ومنصات إنترنت الأشياء، تمكنت فودافون قطر من توفير خدمات عدة كاتصال إنترنت الأشياء المدار وإدارة الأجهزة الذكية وتمكين تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي وغيرها الكثير، كل ذلك في مكان واحد. بهذا نكون قد جعلنا حلول إنترنت الأشياء قابلة للتطبيق تجاريا في قطر. فعلى سبيل المثال، توفر فودافون اليوم تطبيقات مختلفة كإدارة النفايات الذكية، إدارة المواقف للسيارات الذكية، إدارة الإضاءات الذكية وغيرها الكثير. كما توفر منصة التحليلات للبيانات الضخمة من فودافون التي تتضمن واحدة من أكثر منصات التعلم الآلي تقدما في قطر، والتي توفر تحليلات ومقترحات مبنية على معطيات فعلية، والتي من شأنها تحسين كفاءة واستدامة المدن الذكية. تعكس شراكة فودافون مع مشيرب قلب الدوحة التزامنا بتسريع رحلة قطر نحو التحول إلى واحدة من أكثر البلدان مرونة وتقدما من الناحية التكنولوجية في العالم. ونحن في قطر سعداء جدا أن نرى مدينة مثل مشيرب قلب الدوحة تأخذ زمام المبادرة في إنشاء أول مدينة ذكية في قطر وخلق المعايير للمدن الأخرى لتحذو حذوها. وقد بدأنا بالفعل نرى المزيد والمزيد من الكيانات في قطر التي تدرك الإمكانيات التي توفرها التكنولوجيا وتتحول إليها من أجل تحسين الكفاءة والاستدامة. فقد أعلنا مؤخرا عن شراكة مع المؤسسة العامة القطرية للكهرباء والماء كهرماء، ستتمكن من رقمنة صناعة المرافق في قطر مع عدادات ذكية مدعومة من إنترنت الأشياء من فودافون، سيتم نشرها في جميع أنحاء البلاد للمساعدة في تعزيز الكفاءة التشغيلية المرتبطة بالأهداف البيئية والاستدامة. وفي الختام سنواصل التعاون مع مشيرب وجميع الكيانات في قطر لتحقيق أهداف الرؤية الوطنية للتنمية المستدامة لدولة قطر، مما سيدفعنا دائما إلى تقديم الحلول الأكثر ابتكارا للبلاد وتشغيل مدنا مزدهرة وذكية ومستدامة في مجتمع متقدم رقميا. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Sheikh Hamad and esteemed speakers for your insights and for this overview of Doha Smart Cities. Now, dear viewers, I will take you virtually across the world, of course virtually because that's all we have right now. I will take you east and west across two well-known smart cities to learn from their experience. Capitals around the world are getting smarter by the day, and the next 10 years are very critical in this transformation, as most cities have decided to put 2030 as their deadline for this transition into a smarter world. But no matter how the approach differs or the priorities vary, the technology seems to be directing all cities towards better connectivity, automation, and protection of environment. From Doha, I will now take you to Amsterdam, the capital that works on the clock and who embraced an eco-friendly strategy during the past years and is moving towards a human-friendly strategy that will be very friendly for residents and visitors. With us, we have Ms. Leonie van den Buken, Program Director of Amsterdam Smart City.
Good day to you all. My name is Leonie van den Buken and I'm the Program Director of Amsterdam Smart City. And it's an honor to be here today with you and share some thoughts, experiences of our region to this beautiful conference. Well, to start with, how do we innovate here in this Amsterdam region? Well, this is our innovation approach. For us, it's very important to not do it by yourself, be it a corporation or a government, but to do it together. So with multi-stakeholder and within the ecosystems, also connecting with knowledge institutions and citizens there. And to combine technological innovations with social innovations and experimenting. So this helps us to be faster and better. And for us, Amsterdam Smart City, who are we? Well, we are this independent innovation platform founded already 11 years ago. And what we do is bring together innovative people, all people who want to shape the city of the future, the city of now even. And what we do is not so much create smart cities, but to use smart city techniques to boost the transitions which we think are needed to create a sustainable, inclusive cities. So you can read them over there. It's about different use of energy, different types of mobility, a more responsible use of our resources within a circular economy. And of course, when we use digital techniques, we want it to be open and accessible for everyone. And another thing for us very important to do is to have these values in place. So when we innovate, even more so in this digital world, it's always about humans. So who is going to use our techniques? Be it the citizen, the entrepreneur, the visitor, the child, the elderly. And it is about creating public value. So not only convenience, but really making our streets safer and cleaner. And by an explorative way, so learning by doing, and as open and transparent as possible, so we can learn from each other and build upon each other and innovate a bit faster. Let me share some results. What is happening if you work with this ecosystem approach and these values, and this is the digital agenda for the city of Amsterdam. And very important for this city is to be, whatever you do digitally, it needs to be free, it needs to be creative, and it needs to be inclusive so everyone can join. And what we learned with COVID, of course, is people without digital skills or tools cannot connect with their family, cannot connect with their schools. So it's important to get everyone on board. This is another example of the province of North of Holland and a societal organization, WAAG, where there was all trust was gone between the government and the citizens near a industrial plant. And with the help of WAAG, they designed a way of co-measuring the air quality. And now they have this joint fact-finding and joint results, which helps them to rebuild their trust and rebuild effective measurements and creating cleaner air. And another example of one of my colleagues where we all know that data centers are really using up a lot of energy, and by working together in a very safe, trusting mode, they have invented ways of lowering by a lot, even 10%, at now only within a year of their energy usage. And to finalize, like I said, we try to test as much as possible several places within the city and the region, and this is one where we are based. So here we can try and apply and improve our innovations. So thank you so much for your attention. Please, if you have some knowledge to share, go to our platform. If you want something to learn, go over there as well. And I wish you all a very good and safe day. Thank you so much.
Ook ik zit liever in mijn eigen auto, ik ben wel heel eerlijk. Dus ik ben blij dat ze het wel oplossen. Maar aan de andere kant denk ik dat we gewoon een andere oplossing in de zin van dat ze elektrisch rijden bijvoorbeeld veel goedkoper moeten maken.
Wij vanuit de arena, vanuit de evenementenbranche zien we ook dat nog steeds heel veel mensen gezellig samen in een auto naar een evenement gaan. Dus dat willen we ergens ook blijven faciliteren. Wij zitten er ook zo in dat wij graag willen blijven aanbieden waar onze bezoekers behoefte aan hebben. Maar wij zijn absoluut voor om meer openbaar vervoer in te zetten bij evenementen.
Het OV is nog te duur. De prijsverhouding met een auto met 4 personen en de trein en de openbaar vervoer is gewoon te duur. Die verhouding klopt niet.
Als je neigt naar het OV verbeteren of meer mensen in het OV te krijgen, dan zou ik zeggen, ja, laat die files maar komen.
Nou, ik denk dat je altijd moet proberen files te voorkomen, ja.
Ja, ik vind dat wel lekker relaxed. Ik kan nog dingen doen die ik anders rijden. Die kan, moet je met één hand sturen, moet je wat anders doen. Kan je hem even loslaten, even dat doen. Dat is voor mij wel juist lekker. Laat maar even een filetje rijden hoor, rustig aan.
Ja, dan lijkt het alsof je files gaat stimuleren. Dat lijkt me een heel raar idee. Ik denk dat het juist goed is om files te voorkomen. Puur ook vanuit ongemak, maar een file zelf zorgt natuurlijk ook voor veel CO2-uitstoot. En ik denk het openbaar vervoer pakken is juist ook voor die reden al een goede reden. Zeg maar.
Wat de mensen zeggen is, moeten we files voorkomen? Ja, maar hoe we dat doen is natuurlijk, dat is eigenlijk de hamvraag. Daarvoor werken wij heel nauw samen in een publiek-private samenwerking met de gemeente Amsterdam.
Nou, Amsterdam groeit natuurlijk gigantisch en het wordt hier steeds drukker. En zeker in dit gebied heb je af en toe gewoon 100.000 mensen die hier naartoe komen. En wij als gemeente zijn verantwoordelijk om die openbare ruimte duurzaam, schoon, maar natuurlijk ook bereikbaar te houden. Om de bereikbaarheid te waarborgen moeten we samenwerken met verschillende stakeholders in het gebied. Je hebt namelijk de wegbeheerder nodig, maar ook de evenementorganisator, de OV-aanbieder en de parkeeraanbieders. Daarom hebben we samen dit dashboard ontwikkeld, waar we eigenlijk in één oogopslag zien waar de knelpunten zitten over de verschillende mobiliteitsstromen. Dus we kunnen hier zien waar de knelpunten op de weg zitten, we kunnen zien waar de knelpunten in het OV zitten, maar we kunnen zelfs zien waar de knelpunten zitten op straat. Waar het dus echt te druk is en waar we dus eventueel moeten gaan ingrijpen. Zo zien we als gemeente dus dat we vaak de oplossingen niet alleen kunnen brengen, maar dat we daarvoor juist de samenwerking nodig hebben met verschillende marktpartijen. Daarom zou ik ook iedere marktpartij willen oproepen om zich in te schrijven op een nieuw platform van Amsterdam Smart City, om zo de samenwerking met ons en alle andere partners aan te gaan, waardoor we dus dit soort projecten samen kunnen realiseren.
Thank you, Ms. van den Buchen. I will surely put Amsterdam on my list of cities to visit once we move to a post-pandemic era. Let's head east now, where technology is taking giant leaps. Singapore took a centralized approach where a unified monitoring portal is deployed to facilitate automated mobility. For this, we have with us Mr. Tan Phuai Hong, the engineer lead at Land Transport Authority of Singapore. He will share his expertise with us.
A very good morning to all. My name is Tan Phuai Hong and I'm from Land Transport Authority of Singapore, LTA in short. It is my pleasure to be here at this Smart Cities Summit to share on the evolution of maintenance management system for road infrastructure and intelligent transport system in Singapore. As of today, Singapore has a resident population of about 5.7 million, a vehicle population of close to 1 million, and a total paved road length of around 9.5 thousand lane kilometers. In order to give road users a smooth and reliable travel experience, LTA had implemented a comprehensive network of road infrastructure and a significant number of intelligent transport systems in Singapore over the years. Currently, there are around 500,000 of road assets being maintained in Singapore, and this number will continue to increase as LTA look for areas to improve the road systems. To manage the maintenance regime of these assets, LTA implemented a maintenance management system known as Unified Maintenance Hub, UMH in short. UMH1 was introduced in 2005 to manage the maintenance of the intelligent transport systems such as traffic lights, tunnel systems, and variable message sign. It facilitates LTA users in corrective and preventive maintenance as well as asset and contract management. 2 years ago, in 2018, UMH1 was upgraded to UMH2 to expand its scope to include the road infrastructure and commuter facilities assets such as street lightings, roads, expressway, bridge, and footpath. UMH2 also introduced the mobile maintenance application for contractors to seamlessly update the maintenance progress on site efficiently. Other new capabilities such as business intelligent dashboards, geographical information function, and predictive maintenance modeling were also implemented. Now, let me share with you some of the benefits from implementing UMH in our maintenance work. First of all, UMH helps to streamline maintenance regime through digitization and automation of the workflow process. It provides auto-routing, scheduling, and alert notification functions to the intended stakeholders. This greatly reduces human involvement and therefore cut down substantial waiting time and human errors experienced in the manual process. UMH also maintains high data availability. With digitization, hard copies are eliminated, and all assets, contract, and maintenance data are stored digitally in UMH system. User can now access and update this information seamlessly through UMH on a real-time basis. Furthermore, Maintenance work process can also be tracked in real time with the implementation of mobile maintenance application. The mobile maintenance application also comes with geofencing, RFID, and QR code tagging functions to ensure that the maintenance personnel attends to the correct asset and work orders. On top of that, the mobile maintenance application also comes with camera functions for contractors to take before and after maintenance work photo for LTA users to verify the maintenance work completed. Additionally, real-time analysis can be conducted through the interactive business intelligence dashboards to identify maintenance hotspot and hot fault trends so that LTA users can improve on the maintenance regime. LTA users can also visualize asset and maintenance data through the GIS map function to give added geographical insights. Lastly, consolidated maintenance data can also be fed into the prediction module to predict outcomes such as time to failure and remaining useful life. This output will facilitate in decision making and budget forecasts in terms of maintenance and asset replacement. So what are the future enhancements of UMH? Other than improving on the existing features of UMH, LTA is looking at incorporating new functions such as condition monitoring and life cycle cost analysis in UMH. In addition, we are also exploring to interface UMH with other related systems, such as the public feedback system, to further streamline and automate processes that are beyond maintenance works. To conclude, asset maintenance is a very important function of LTA, and hence having a comprehensive maintenance management system is just as crucial. LTA will continue to explore ways to enhance and evolve UMH to better serve future needs of our road users. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hong from Singapore and Ms. van den Buken from Amsterdam. If there is one thing we learned from 2020 is that we need to be prepared. For a post-pandemic world, we need to think about cybersecurity, connectivity, mobility, social distance, but also social life. But let's first take a short break and come back at 11:05 for the panels that will address these topics and more. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to this Doha Smart City Summit brought to you by Msherib Properties. In this part of our day, we will have 4 engaging panel discussions tackling different aspects of a smart city readiness to a pandemic. You are watching this summit virtually, like most of your meetings this year, like your classes, your concert, even your birthday most probably took place online. While our internet usage increased drastically around the world, many challenges were raised. Connectivity might be the least problematic when you live in a smart city, but cybersecurity is not, especially when experts tell us that 40%, at least 40% of our internet usage is unsafe. So how can we make smart cities more secure? Let's hear from the experts. I will leave you with Mohammed Mohsen from Cisco Qatar. He will be moderating our first 40 minutes panel on cybersecurity and smart cities. To you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to moderate the first panel in today's summit. Over the next 40 minutes or so, we'll hear from our expert panelists on cybersecurity for smart cities. My name is Mohammed Mohsen. I'm the CTO for Cisco Qatar, and without further ado, I will introduce our panelists. First, we have Ronald. Ronald Hale is a partner at KPMG Cyber in Netherlands. He's leading the technical cyber services due to his broad experience with the security of industrial systems. He's one of the global SME for security services in this sector, including smart building and industrial IoT. He enjoys over 18 years of experience in IT security, as well as in-depth cyber defense and cyber strategy in IT and OT domains. Then from Qatar, we have Dana Abdullah. Dana is the Director of Compliance and Data Protection at Ministry of Transport and Communication. She's a member of TESMO Standard Board for Information Security. She manages information security certification and accreditation program and supervises the enforcement of data privacy legislation. Dana holds a bachelor degree in computer engineering from Qatar University and an MBA from HEC Paris. Nicholas Palmer. Nicholas is the head of Group IB's global business, with teams reporting to him spanning from Singapore to UK. He's a regular speaker at industry's major events like RSA, Interpol World, FS-ISAC Summit, as well as Cyber Crime Con and many others. Last but not least, we have Dr. Juan from Spain, Dr. Juan Manuel Corchado. He's a professor with chair at the University of Salamanca. From 2013 to 2017, he was the Vice President of Research. He was chosen twice as the Dean of the Faculty of Science, and he holds a PhD in Computer Sciences from the University of Salamanca and a PhD in Artificial Intelligence from the University of the West of Scotland. Let us start. It's year 2020. Cities we're living in are quite different than how we imagined them 30 years ago. We don't have flying cars yet. We don't have robots roaming around us in the streets yet. But science fiction movies painted an apocalyptic prophecy about the rise of machines and controlling the human life. Not in the way we're witnessing today. We're witnessing a global pandemic that's challenging every aspect of our life. Then what about the cities we're imagining for the next 30 years? They will be hugely impacted by what the industry is labeling as the fourth industrial revolution. Whether it's powered by 5G or artificial intelligence, by IoT or big data, we're not that far from having autonomous car, for example. And the key word here is connectivity. This hyper-connected world will open the door to impressive opportunities, but it will also leave many organizations and cities exposed to new entry points where cyber actors can inflict damage. In urban environments and cities specifically, this is presenting a unique challenge. The growth of smart, connected technologies that capture both public and private data can threaten the privacy if breached. And the interconnectivity of smart devices across the cities and communities means that the compromise of a single entry point make the entire ecosystem vulnerable to attacks. But connectivity is the foundational quality that defines what smart is. How then? How do city and government leaders achieve the ultimate balancing act of security? Now, to explore more, we'll ask our panelists to share their insight across 3 axes. And the first part, we'll talk about cybersecurity trends, definitely in a smart city context. And the second part, we will ask them what will be the recommendation to counter these threats. And the last part will go a little bit beyond technology to look at people and processes. Now let's start. The first part on the cybersecurity trends and landscape in smart cities context. And my first question is to Dr. Juan. Dr. Juan, part of being smart is being connected. and cities are turning to technologies like IoT to digitize their operation. What's the impact of connecting more and more sensors, of more and more devices on the security of a smart city and its infrastructure? You can unmute yourself.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be here with you. It's for me an honor and a pleasure. And yes, smart cities is a big issue nowadays, and security on them is something very important. I think in general terms, smart cities provide us security, safety, and comfort, better services, better value for money. We could have cheaper electricity, for example, share domestic services costs, stronger security assistance. There are many advantages here. We could live in a more efficient and in a better access to service world also at the right time. I think across the world, there are a handful of full-blown smart cities being architected from scratch, and we have a very good example that the one we are presenting here today, as with all things being more connected and reliance on technology. However, cities are getting smarter, means that are becoming necessarily leading with more technological infrastructure and data. That may be a problem if we don't do the thing right. And actually, one of the major points we have, and also is an advantage, is that each of these initiatives has been created with a different technology that makes things more complicated for hackers, for example, and also it's a bigger effort to all of us. We have seen the effect of cyber attacks in connected industry, in the Industry 4.0. We have a lot of examples here in Europe. We have seen also how cities have been attacked. Last year, we witnessed a spread of ransomware attacks against cities, towns, and even in government organizations, even in Spain, but also, for example, Augusta and Maine show cyber attackers freeze its network and force its city centers to close. Hackers stole around $500,000 US dollars from Tallahassee in Florida, and ransomware attack shut down and shut down Louisiana state. So we have a lot of opportunities here to make things better and stop cyber attacks. And I think Main Sharif is an example of a very well-connected and secure city for all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Fran. I'll go next to Ronald. Ronald, technology revolution like Industry 4.0 and Internet of Things, they're modifying the operation technology. Like take water metering, for example, compare a traditional dump isolated one versus a smart and connected one. So for a long time, we thought that those systems are safe because they are isolated, they are air-gapped. Is that assumption still true? What do we expect moving forward?
Thank you. Interesting question. If you look at it for a long time, it was assumed in the industry that air capping, which is making sure that systems are not connected to the outside world, would keep them secure. And one could argue that this premise is correct. If there's no connectivity, why would there be cyber threats? But over time, this was already violated. Think about air-gapped sites where a service needs to be done. A service provider comes, but this service provider services other sites as well. So he goes from site to site with a USB stick or maybe a dirty laptop. We have the infamous Stuxnet. It traveled through a air-gapped site and it reached it. It was truly air-gapped. And then even think about it, insider threats. Insider threats are already inside an air-gapped site, so they're inside. So what can we do? So in our role as OT security advisors, we actually see a funny thing, and there is more security vulnerabilities in sites that are truly air-gapped and sites that are used to being connected. And I wonder also why that is. Potentially because people think that the sites are isolated and thus more secure, but is that actually true? So moving forward, if you look in the current world, but also moreover in Industry 4.0, like smart cities, we'll see more and more connectivity, like a hyper-connectivity. Everything will be connected to each other. And in that world, IT and OT are connected. So we have to think differently. I think in the future we have to design, and that's actually already today, we have to design and secure our systems as if they would be exposed to the outside world. Isolating and air gapping is still a good thing to do, but we should really make our systems secure by themselves so they can survive if they're air gapped or not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll move to Nicholas for the next questions. So it has been shown that during crises and tough times, threat actors, they intensify their activities and especially target critical infrastructure because this is where the money is or the fame is. Was COVID-19 an exception in the sense that did we get a break from global threat actors during this tough period?
Yeah, I think I can answer this in kind of two parts. So, did cyber criminals give individuals a break? I would say in some cases, yes. We saw communications on underground forums where some cyber criminals were actually reluctant to conduct attacks against organizations they've infected, with 100% certainty. So that's nice to see. There's some morals in the bad guys, but in many other cases, this is not true. Cyber criminals, they adjust extremely quickly to new landscapes, whether it's OT or IT environments. For example, we saw 118% growth in different style of phishing compromise connected to COVID style of emails. And when you think about what Ronald just said about many third parties that support these smart cities and their quote unquote air gapped networks, this is a really important theme to look at. Also, we saw a very heavy increase in the social engineering attacks against different victims using COVID as a ruse to try and convince them to, open up an email or visit a web page that has been infected with malware. And I think really the landscape has changed and has changed incredibly quickly. With a lot of us working remotely, businesses worked incredibly quickly to make sure that there was no disruption in their business. But, unfortunately, security was an afterthought, and that really intensifies a lot of the gaps that different organizations have within security controls, especially with people working remotely. And I think we heard a little bit about ransomware, and certainly we see cyber criminals intensifying these efforts, even offering different services on underground forums, botnet operators actually providing access to compromised networks and cities where further actors can conduct infection of ransomware within these networks and massive disruption to different cities. We look at some of the statistics by the sectors in terms of ransomware style attacks, and no longer are we seeing it in high value targets like financial institutions and things like this, but actually a larger percentage within healthcare, government, trade and manufacturing organizations. And I think, we've seen, especially at UKD, the German hospital, the unfortunate results of what happens when, ransomware infects a hospital and patients actually have, unfortunately, the definite effects of that where people can die. So in some cases, yes, they gave us a break, but in many cases, no, they adapted to their new environment and started attacks in this campaign nature.
Thanks, Nicholas. Building on what just Nicholas and the others shared, Dana, the next question is to you. So it's an ongoing battle. Smart cities infrastructure are under attack, and there'll be always a target. So can you tell us a little bit, what are the attackers looking after? Are they looking after data, after fame, after money, espionage, service disruptions? Tell us a little bit more based on your experience.
Yes, it is an ongoing battle. To be able to understand who are the adversaries for smart cities and what they will be after or looking for, it is very important that we put in mind this kind of situational awareness about this smart city. A couple of elements we need to think of, like the nature or the main theme of that smart city. Is it like an urban generic smart city? Is it an athlete space smart city? Is it a smart city where there is a lot of innovation and research with that? Because for that, the adversary will be looking at specific and different perspective. For example, if it is an athlete need smart city, maybe the adversary will look at disruption. But whenever it is maybe innovation research based, we will be looking at data extortion or espionage. So difference. Also, one of the elements that we really need to consider, where is this smart city, the geolocation of that smart city, because we will be talking about geopolitics in that regard. A very interesting story is what happened to the Winter Olympics of South Korea in 2018, when as they were just counting down for the beginning of the games, they were under compromise, and that was a catastrophic scenario. The interesting thing about that incident or that attack was not how it has happened, but who was behind that attack. And it was a little bit tricky because the adversary was very deceptive and tried to camouflage his evidences and techniques to look like some other adversary. So the forensics teams and the investigators were it was very challenging for them to agree even on a certain threat actor. The bottom line was, and the most reliable scenario was like it was from a threat actor from a country who has some athletes that were banned from entering the game. So we really need to have these kind of thoughts in mind when we really need to understand what are the threats that are coming to the smart city. In addition to that, who are the key players? Who are the key stakeholders within the smart city? We have seen like entities has been attacked, not because of them as an entity, but because they were a partner of another entity, and vice versa. They have been attacked because they were just contracting with a service provider who was not giving them the right, let's say, support. So we're talking here about the supply chain as well. The last thing is that we really need to consider how much the smart city is coping to the threat landscape in general. Do they have their security operations in place? Do they prepare their capabilities? Or they will be just like easy targets for any adversary or any threat actor? The main characteristic of the smart city attacks that we could think of is what is called chained attacks. So because in smart city we're talking about interconnectivity, interdependency, so it's very much likely that we will see attack where the threat actor will target, for example, smart traffic light system, and then pivot to different systems and technologies until he reached his target at the end, which could be like a desktop that contains confidential information and so on. So we really need to emphasize here on the importance of developing threat intelligence capabilities to be able to anticipate what kind of threats that is addressing the smart city and prepare our resilience mechanism and techniques and methodologies.
Thanks, Dana. I think it's a good segue to the second part, because we just moved from the threat landscape to taking action. And this is the second part, how we can protect this digital critical infrastructure. I want to go back to Ronald for this question. So cyber attacks are becoming more increasingly sophisticated. How do smart cities of the future, they will need to be built to secure their digital infrastructure?
Yeah, that is an interesting question, as I believe it's already a challenge to protect a single thing, a single functionality. So how would we even protect an ecosystem like a smart city? And in order to build a secure foundation, I think there's three things that we must do. Number one is that we must work with secure by design. It's a principle where security is applied from the start and throughout the life cycle of an environment or product. Secure by design environment. Next to that, secure by design will also make sure that systems are resilient. And so we basically build cybersecurity in everything we do. Number two, I think a very important one is data privacy. So you cannot apply data privacy as an afterthought. It needs to be integral as there from the start. So to make sure that the right people have access to the right information in the right context, and the data is not abused outside it. The third one is basically defense in depth. When we do security measures, we can build measures, but they might fail. Defense in depth means that we have security in multiple layers and multiple varieties of security, which means that if one thing fails, the other one can still continue. So it's a balance of protecting, detecting, and response measures. If you would question like, okay, how do I apply that? I think it's very important that it's seamless for the users and seamless for the developers. So it must be automated a lot. It must be in the back end. People can apply it automatically. And lastly, what we see in Mobility 2030 as well, I think it's a very important aspect for the audience, is that security should not be a competitive advantage. So in the ecosystems of the future, like smart cities, we must work together with competition and all the stakeholders as if we all have to protect the security environment, because security is as strong as the weakest link.
Thanks, Ronald. I want to build on that and go back to Dr. Kwan to ask him about the different security components and how we do this defense in depth. So as we are building the next set of use cases around smart cities, whether it's smart metering, smart lighting, and all of these different use cases, what are the various aspects that city administrators and city officials need to secure? In other words, is there something that's a must secure and something that's less important that can wait, it's good to secure? What's your view on this?
Okay, yes, as Ronald just said, to build a smart city in the right way is a challenge for all of us, and security should be there everywhere. The past we used to say IoT everywhere. Now we think IoT everywhere, but always with security. We should design our cities with the right technology, thinking that it could be expected that this technology will be used as an entry point for ransomware or vector activists, and we can have chaos, as Dana just said before, if we don't take care of everything, all aspects. And smart city are also dynamic ecosystems where new devices, hardware, software are introduced continuously, not just by the city managers, but by anyone. So security is an issue, and security should be behind everything. Smart cities should be constructed from the beginning, as just Ronald said, thinking that security issues will appear sooner or later. The smart city managers should design, or the management system should be designed with the adequate technology to prevent cybersecurity attacks, and thinking that we are generating in our smart cities, we are generating knowledge continually. New data is incoming, and that information should be reinforced, everything we do here. So, for example, what we do a lot on the smart cities in which we are working is safety audits continually, on a continuous basis. So we are auditing everything we have and what we do. We use strong CM systems to prevent any problem before they appear, to prevent attacks. And also, as it's been said here, ethical standards are very important. So with everything we do, the ethical standards must be part of the development of a smart city management system, and must be taken into account in the security assurance process. Important legislation. It's important for a country to have the right legislation to prevent attackers, so they know what will happen to them in case there is a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Kwan. You used the word chaos in your answers, and I'll use it in my next questions. So I'll go back to Nicholas on this one. Someone said that there are two types of organizations: ones that have been breached and those that do not realize it yet. Now, call it science fiction or not, when's the next time we're gonna hear or gonna see a hacker taking control over traffic signals in a city and planting chaos? First, did it happen before, or it's only a matter of time? And how is securing these traffic signals different than securing a laptop or a smartphone?
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting question. Certainly it's not science fiction. I was asked not to scare people today and cause more chaos than necessary, but it's important to understand that, adversaries in many cases already have initial access points to networks that might be interesting for them. We do a lot of analysis of cyber criminals and their activity and their infrastructure. And, I could easily show example upon example of different organizations that have already been compromised and don't even know it yet. And this is really just an initial point of access for many actors. And these threat actors might not even know what they have yet. It just sits in their, long list of individuals or corporations that they've compromised, waiting for further action, perhaps from other cyber criminals. And it's interesting to look at, how this cyber criminal world is reacting to, what is happening. As I mentioned before, there has become, a lot of people talk about ransomware as an issue, but when you look at it from the cyber criminal perspective, it's become much more popular as a business model for them. There has been different affiliate programs introduced in the cybercrime world, in total 15. And these types of affiliate programs essentially give the tools necessary for less advanced threat actors to actually conduct different attacks. If you look at the amount of network accesses that have been posted for sale on underground forums between the second half of 2019 and the first half of 2020, the number of sales has increased by almost three times, just to about 362 different corporate network access sales on underground forums. So this is certainly increasing as well. And the number of individuals that are actually selling access to these corporate networks is also increasing, showing that more and more cyber criminals are gaining access or initial access points to different corporate networks to conduct attacks. In total, 50 additional sellers appeared in the first half of 2020 of different corporate access sales. And I think also when you look at, I mentioned before, a long list of corporations that have already been compromised. Typically, this is done by botnet operators like TrickBot and QBot, Silent Night, and many others. And these botnet operators have actually started to sell initial points of compromise for further actors to conduct ransomware. So in short, it's most certainly not science fiction. I won't try to scare you any more than that, but it's definitely a real thing that many organizations don't already know that they're compromised.
Thanks, Nicholas. We'll go back to the scary part in the third section when we talk about the balancing between innovation and cybersecurity. But at this point, I want to go back to Dana. And this is 2020. We can't let COVID-19 goes without mentioning it. So COVID-19 taught us a lot of things, but one of them being used as a joke in a lot of enterprise, that digital transformation was accelerated and is being accelerated by COVID-19. And to be honest, it was under the stress of finding immediate solutions to global challenges, like keep everybody connected, deliver the service remotely, and so on. What are some of the lessons learned when it comes to cities' reaction to such a global pandemic and a global threat?
Yes, as you said, Mohammed, the digital transformation has been on the rise with this pandemic. And the key observation that we have seen is that the cloud is not a choice anymore. Like if we're talking about 2 to 3 years ago, all the questions that we were getting, how can I consider going to cloud? What should I put in place? And all our answers to that, like do your data classification, do your risk assessment, and take it as the decision. At the end, the cloud has a lot of benefits. However, with the pandemic, we have seen shifting the priorities to business continuity and crisis management. And for that, we have seen, yes, the uplifting to the digital transformation. The performance of organizations were varied because those organizations who were considering a digital transformation, that was a very smooth transition for them during the pandemic, and they did not have any disruption of their business. Others were not. So the type of questions during the pandemic were different. So most of the questions that we got, like which technology provider shall I trust? Which video conferencing tool shall I use? Which privacy policy is more reliable? So the lessons learned here that we really need to recalibrate the risks that we were considering on the top of the new facts, on the top of the new normal, if I could say. So cloud is not a choice anymore. Secure or remote work is not a choice anymore. It's really there. So because we have shifted to that, for some organization, they shifted to that very immediately. They really need to reconsider that, recalibrate the risks that they have, not eliminating any kind of risks or just give them a very low probability, because this is what we have seen in the pandemic. Who would think that most of the airports across the globe will be closed? And we have seen that during the pandemic. The other lessons learned that I would like to emphasize is never underestimate the importance of awareness and education. Many organizations across the globe, yes, they went to the cloud, but because they did not have the right information or the transition towards that, they got compromised very easily, where they could avoid that with a simple configuration, with a simple click or a simple tap. So this is very important. We have seen also that on the people side as well, and the individuals, the end users, where they suffered a lot what is called Zoom bombing, where they share the meeting ID and the password for the public, and because they lack the awareness of using these tools, they got this kind of attack, which is very simply a lot of malicious people hijacking this legitimate meeting and causing disruption. So the lessons learned here is, yes, it is important to prioritize business continuity during pandemic, but never neglect the importance of awareness and education.
Thank you, Dana. And this is a good transition into the third and last part of this panel when we talk about beyond technology, about people and processes. So I'll go back to Ronald on these questions. It's all about the scary part that Nicholas mentioned before. So when we talk about cybersecurity, we tend to show the scary part. It threatens people with the outcome of not complying to best practices. How we can balance between cybersecurity from one side and from the other side, innovation and agility, especially that innovation and agility are really an integral part to find the next set or next generation of smart cities use cases.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed. I think actually I'm on a mission with that, because we should stop saying that cybersecurity is a scary thing and that it's blocking innovation. As of today, I would even challenge people to see them as friends. Cybersecurity and innovation can actually go together very well. If you have a good, secure foundation, a secure basis to build your smart cities or Industry 4.0 environment, it's much easier for everyone to build up on that, because you don't have to worry about what's coming. You don't have to worry about threats. And if you recall, I discussed, and many of the participants, panel participants discussed as well, secure by design, making sure security is everywhere. So imagine when we have security everywhere, we don't have to worry about it. And it also means, as an innovative person, agile, fast, I don't have to worry that something in the future will block me, because many on the conference will recall as a business that you have a good idea, you develop it, and then 3 months down the line, the security guys come and they say, no, that's not allowed, or the CISO says, no, we cannot do that, and the business idea is blocked or modified. If we all agree on what should be there from the start, and we as security people make it seamless, again, it's hidden basically for the end user, for the developers, then cybersecurity will help to be agile and innovative. I would say that for smart cities, it's essential. And once you have security in place and the first innovations have been done, you can actually move on and innovate on that base layer. Also, as said before, the public getting more and more aware of cybersecurity. So they do also demand that things are secure. So again, to repeat that, I think there are two friends. Cybersecurity will make sure that innovation and agility are working together. And that helps us to make things and design things that are secure in both the digital, but also the physical world, like traffic lights, water pumps, housing, and you name it.
Thanks, Ronald. Nicholas, I'll go back to you on one question about processes. So we just learned that security is not something that you would at one point in time. It's a continuous process. So what do we recommend for the city's officials and administrators when it comes to cybersecurity framework? How do we ensure that there's a continuous readiness before, during, and after attacks?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Ronald led into that very, very well, thinking about security not as an afterthought, but as something that you design your smart cities around is essential. And, first and foremost, as you're designing your smart cities, you have to understand that you have adversaries. You have cyber criminals that, want to disrupt, what you're planning to do in your business endeavors. And understanding that is not a scary thing, because if you bury your head in the sand and don't think about it until it becomes too late, then as Ronald said, security really becomes a blocker of some of the business ideas that you want to implement. So I think collect information early about who your adversaries are, what tactics and tools they might use in order to cause harm to your smart cities is essential. You also need to treat your infrastructure and your business like a war zone. You really need to know your topology very well, or have security people that know your topology very well, and be able to test your security controls and your people against what your adversaries will try inevitably in order to disrupt your business. Because cyber criminals are always advancing, and they're advancing and sometimes faster than organizations can keep up. And if organizations can't keep up to the evolution of the cyber threat landscape, eventually they'll become a victim and their business will be disrupted. And I think it's really essential to look at an incident as an opportunity. It's really an opportunity to learn. What did you do right? What did you do wrong? What tools were used? Who was the adversary that perhaps conducted that attack against you? And then constantly apply different rule sets and strategies in order to defend against these adversaries. So in some cases, actually having an incident can help you to learn. So don't be ashamed of that. Learn from it, and always assume that your network could be compromised. Understand who your adversaries are, and run offensive security tests against your tools and the people that you employ to keep your businesses protected, to see if you can defend against these adversaries. And this is always going to be a continuous process. And I think that continuous process is essential to protecting your business and the future of smart cities.
Thanks, Nicholas. I'm getting signs that we need to wrap up. But before that, I want to just open the door to Dana to just share some insights about the importance of data privacy, knowing that this is very critical to build smart cities and to build trust with the citizens. Can you share some of your experience on that?
Yes, it is very important in the beginning to address the misconception about data privacy. A lot of people would think that the data privacy regulations would prevent the flow of personal information, which is not the case. It's merely about regulating how our personal information are processed and collected within the smart cities. In a nutshell, the main important thing to consider when we're talking about data privacy within smart cities is to make sure that we apply the principles of data privacy, which are like making sure that we're collecting the data with a valid reason, or what they call it, lawful purpose or legitimate interest, or with the consent of the person. And also making sure that we minimize the data that we're collecting for the person, for the purpose we're collecting for. Like if we don't need the date of birth, we shouldn't collect it. If we don't need the geolocation, we shouldn't collect it. In addition to that, and adding to what Ronald said, like as security should be considered from the beginning, privacy as well should be considered from the beginning, and this is what they call it, privacy by design and privacy by default. And protecting this information as the data is in transit or at rest with encryption, and also what they call it pseudonymization. So in pseudonymization, we avoid collecting personal anonymous information, because within the context of a smart city, you really need personal information. You really need to tailor that service for the person. So that's why you need some personal information from the user. However, with pseudonymization, you can apply different techniques like privacy preserving techniques or algorithms to make sure that this information is still linked somehow to the person without jeopardizing their privacy. And for that, we're doing a lot of efforts in Qatar by collaborating with TESMO and the Cybersecurity Division, and putting all the standards and policies related to data privacy and also cybersecurity within the smart cities of Qatar.
Thank you, Dana. Unfortunately, time is out, so we have to wrap it up. I want to thank you all for your attendance today. I want to thank our panelists, Ronald, Dana, Nicholas, and Dr. Juan. Thank you very much for being with us today. Security goes hand in hand with connectivity, as we just learned. The moment a thing is connected, it's exposed, and the moment it's exposed, it should be secured. It's very clear, security can't be thought as an afterthought or an add-on. It should be an integral part of a smart city development process. Only a secure environment will gain citizen trust, And only a secure environment will be a prosperous place for innovation. With the hope for a healthier future, for a better and smarter and more secure city, thank you all. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, dear panelists, for this engaging discussion. And thank you, Mohammed, for moderating this panel for us. And now we move to our second panel of the day. Cybersecurity is an additional concern when we move to a more autonomous transport system, when we send out drones to deliver packages, or when cars will be driving us instead of us driving them. We will need to be sure that their system is not getting hacked and rerouted. We need to be confident about this autonomous transport system. To see where we are being driven as we speak, I will leave you with Bijou Kadaburat from PwC. He will be moderating our next 40 minutes panel on smart cities, mobility, and autonomous vehicles. To you, Bijou.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, I'm very audible. All right. So thank you so much. Let me start by introducing our panelists and welcome to all of the audience and members, friends and colleagues in the industry. The first panelist here, let me just share my screen so you can see them. The first panelist is Ahmed. Ahmed is an integration engineer and a serial entrepreneur, and he started startups all the way from his university days. Since then, he's co-founded several startups, including Airlift, where he is the CEO currently. Ahmed is extremely passionate about robotics, mobility, and mobile on-demand services. Welcome to the panel, Ahmed. The second panelist is Satya. Satya is the partner and head of infrastructure, government, and healthcare for KPMG in Singapore and Indonesia. He has worked on urbanization and transport projects over the last 25 years across Asia and Middle East. In particular, he's worked on financing and commercial models using transport as a catalyst for economic development of cities, and most recently on the readiness of cities to adopt autonomous vehicles. Welcome to the panel, Satya. The next panelist is Firas. Firas is the head of marketing for Toyota and Lexus in Qatar. He has significant automotive industry experience as well as consulting experience from his days in Japan. He has some very, very interesting and unique sales and marketing insights as well as cultural perspectives. He's involved in the mobility as a service effort of Toyota Motor Corporation as they look to move from a pure automobile company to more of a mobility provider. Welcome to the panel, Firas.
Thank you, Bijou. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our final panelist is Abdullah. Abdullah is the Deputy CEO of the Qatar Free Zones Authority, where he oversees business development. He serves on the board of Qatar Venture Capital, the global venture capital arm of Qatar Free Zones. He's also the vice chairman and the board of Qatar Science and Technology Park. He's a member of Qatar's Research Development and Innovation Council. He also served on the board of Qatar-e-Dear, which manages projects, smart city projects like Lusail. Welcome to the panel, Abdullah. And with that, what I will do is we will have a couple of housekeeping items, both for the panelists and the audience. A quick time check for the panelists, I will have 3 questions that I will prompt each of you for your statements. You will have about 1 to 2 minutes to answer them. And then, depending on the time, we can do a round of, summary and lessons to be shared with our audience. To our members of the audience, we will not be able to take questions directly today, but as we go through the panel and you think of questions, please note them down and send it to through email to dscs@misharab.com. That's once again dscs@misharab.com, and our colleagues from Misharab will revert back with you. That said, just to tee up our discussion, I want to give a few opening thoughts. Having been in the smart city space for the past decade, I can say with a fair amount of confidence that that comes from advising large cities, large campuses operated by federal governments, as well as large property developers across the world, that the notion of smart cities has a big bearing on the future of mobility and autonomous vehicles. It's something that's here to stay and something that impacts all of us because we live in cities. With the pandemic creating such an havoc in all of our lives and the need for more contactless and touchless mobility experiences, on top of our traditional demand for more time to do things that matter, autonomous vehicles has that propensity to give us that promise to get rid of some of those issues. Some of the traffic challenges and accidents, as you analyze them globally, the biggest cost has been humans, right? We humans have been responsible for that, tremendous cause of death through road accidents, and so autonomous vehicles also has the promise of either reducing or eliminating the human negligence when it comes to accidents. The whole topic itself is very interesting. Over the past, recent past, we've seen a lot of frugal as well as some cutting-edge innovation from our friends in the automotive industry in terms of both terrestrial, aerial, as well as underwater autonomous vehicles. And what we want to do on this complex and evolving and very interesting topic that absolutely requires a cross-industry collaboration. Spend the next 30 minutes or so to see, what is it that it will take for us to adopt autonomous vehicles, as well as look at what are some of the business models, what does the future hold for autonomous vehicles, as well as look at and see if there is some kind of a correlation between the pandemic and advancement of autonomous vehicles within our day-to-day lives. With that, I will start with the first question. I have 3 questions essentially to guide the panel. The first is how do cities incorporate autonomous vehicles as a new transportation mode, as well as what is the business model that is to be adopted in order to have a safe and sustainable adoption of autonomous vehicles. I'll start with Ahmed. Ahmed, if you can please share your statements on that topic, please.
Of course, thank you, Bijun. Honestly speaking, I think this question is already answered. If you look at the market today, you have companies like Tesla, Waymo, Navia, and Uber that are really pushing the envelope in this domain. Especially with Uber, you could see clearly the shared autonomous mobility model that they're going for. But I would like to also divert the attention beyond personal and private passenger vehicles, looking at also autonomous self-driving delivery vehicles that are currently operating all around the world, very successful pilots. And Elf being one of them, we just concluded a pilot in the Netherlands, starting another one soon here in Doha. And I think the key to this success is you have cities and governments advocating on behalf of these makers, and enabling them to truly test not only their technology, but also their business models in a sort of data-driven pilots. And these are not just pilots for some marketing mileage or publicity, but these are actually pilots looking into infrastructure requirements, safety, concerns of cybersecurity, looking into insurance as well, and of course the business model and the user experience all together. And I think this is the best way that was proven. It's a win-win situation for both the makers and the operators of these vehicles, and also for the cities, because it's a joint effort into learning about what the true potential for this technology is. In Airlift, we have adopted this manifesto to roll out our service, where it goes in parallel with the technology maturance. So we don't need to wait until we have a level 5 autonomy vehicle until we start learning along with the local cities, but it actually goes in parallel with this, some sort of ad hoc pilots. And I'm actually proud to say that even here in Qatar right now, we have business partners. We have cities as well involved, whether the education city or Musharraf downtown city. We have also insurance partners drafting the first of its type policies when it comes to self-driving vehicles, working all along together to learn about this new technology.
Thanks, Ahmed. Now, if I can call on you, Satya, to share your perspectives on what you've seen work in terms of adoption of future of mobility and autonomous vehicles in Singapore and other places.
Yeah, thank you, Biju. I think to answer your question, I think we have to look at the fact that implementing AV is a paradigm shift in the transportation system of a city. And it requires several moving parts to come together to make it happen. We at KPMG started looking at this a few years back, and to bring together all the complexity around this, we developed something called an Autonomous Vehicle Readiness Index. The index is really a blueprint which assesses the readiness of a city or a country, but also uses that opportunity to lay out clear areas that need to be worked on to bring AV into a city in a safe and sustainable manner, as you had asked. We assessed 28 different measures which are organized into 4 pillars. And I will talk through some of them in the interest of time. The first is policy and regulation. So in order to bring AV into any environment in a city, there's already an established ecosystem which is intricately operating from a number of parameters, safety, the level of the way the laws are defined, and the speed with which these laws can be changed to incorporate AV is an important aspect. The data sharing environment, because this is required, data is required to be shared across different players. And is there an AV-focused agency within government which enables this to happen? So all of these and many others are the policy and regulation pillar. Now, the second pillar is infrastructure. And in this regard, we would look at the extent of EV charging stations, 4G coverage, mobile connection speed, broadband coverage, and the quality of roads. Why all of these are important? Because as we know, EV is an important precursor to bringing AV into a system in a meaningful and comprehensive way. So we use that to assess the quality of the infrastructure. The third big pillar is technology and innovation. And in this area, things like the level of AV partnerships, the number of AV-related patents, the industry investments in AV, what's the extent of cloud computing, AI and IoT, and the EV market share and cybersecurity are factors that we need to look at to again ensure that we can bring AV into the market in a meaningful and sensible way. And finally, and probably most importantly, is consumer acceptance. How much of population is living near test areas? Is there a civil society tech use? What's the extent of ICT adoption and digital skills among consumers? And even something like online ride-hailing penetration. All of these give you a sense that the society is ready to adopt this new technology in a meaningful way and bring it to bear. So I would use these 4 pillars to really, work out where would a country need to move. And in particular, I mean, I can talk later about Singapore, but again, these are the things that we would like to see if AV is to be successfully brought into any market.
Thanks, Satya. That's a very interesting perspective. No matter what the technology is, if people like you and me refuse to sit in the car or use autonomous, looks like it's not going to go too far. So with that, let me call on Firaz. If you can please share your experience being at the cusp of transformation and the automotive industry, what you guys are doing and what the industry is doing in general for increasing adoption of autonomous vehicles.
Well, thank you very much, Biju. I guess before you look at it from a macro level, you need to look at it from a micro perspective. Businesses and cities need to identify the current situation or current problem that exists. Then they need to identify the ideal situation that they should be in. And I guess they need to tackle the gap that exists between that. They need to identify the root cause and eventually set a goal. Starting specific areas dealing with mobility, like an all-exclusive leasing program, for example, flexible subscription, car share, corporate carpooling, even multi-modal initiatives and ride sharing are all, I guess, small steps that can and will eventually lead to autonomous driving. And, autonomous driving comes in 5 levels, as Ahmed mentioned, and up to this date globally, we are at level 3. Level 4 is practically full autonomous driving. And at level 5, basically a steering wheel is not even required to be fixed in the vehicle. I definitely feel that we still have a considerable way to go, but we are getting there. And before we do, we need to ensure that the right infrastructure exists, like Satya-san said, for self-driving vehicles, and the right mindset also exists on behalf of the users or the customers. I also believe that we should focus on developing AVs in specific sectors, such as smart cities, shopping malls, university campuses, and possibly even around the World Cup stadiums, ready to be used by end of 2022 here in Qatar. So, although we are facing hardship from the pandemic, there will always be a fundamental demand, I guess, for mobility, both public and private, in my opinion. And also it will definitely exist in both B2B and B2C operations.
Thank you, Firaz. That's very interesting as what you see from an industry perspective. Finally, if I can call on you, Abdullah, to share your experiences and what your, some of the efforts and initiatives that you have going on to help increase, the adoption of autonomous vehicles.
Thanks. So I think, I think my colleagues covered a lot of the key points around regulations and infrastructure. So I won't necessarily go into those, but maybe just from the perspective of the free zones, autonomous and let's say advanced mobility is definitely an area of big importance for us. From the investor level, we already have a number of different entities that are active in the advanced mobility and autonomous space. Both in the transport of goods as well as people, with a big focus on electric mobility as well, but it's also autonomous. The way we think about it is that there's still, and as some of my colleagues have touched on, still quite a lot of experimentation around the business model. Where exactly does autonomous add value? And this is especially the case in a place like Qatar, where labor costs are much lower than in other places, maybe in Europe or so, where we need to think beyond just replacing the driver. So the way we think about it here within the free zone is we're looking a lot at looking within the areas of cargo and cargo transport, where security is an additional very important consideration. We're also looking at the deployment of autonomous and small, I would say, micro-mobility solutions, which could become autonomous as well, around around people movers and getting people to move throughout the free zones between the, let's say, the restricted access areas and the public areas in a way which again, there's a security layer, which just makes it easier if we get rid of, you know, additional drivers and additional people. You can imagine that in the future, we're exploring how this can actually add value to the user. So how to give them a more seamless experience in terms of connectivity between the public transport and their final destinations. Within the free zones themselves today, we've already designated some areas and allow them for vehicle testing within the free zone public road by restricting access to those roads. And we're also developing a number of or planning the development of a number of specific infrastructure around, you know, specialized testing rings, or even thinking about enhancement to the road infrastructure to allow for, again, let's say, first deployment of autonomous technology. So these are all the things that we're thinking about. But again, coming back to that main question of where is really the business case going to be? Is it going to be in delivery? Is it going to be in cargo? Is it going to be in people? And that's something that we're going to explore over the next, you know, period with our investors, and hopefully help them develop their business cases going forward.
Thank you, Abdullah. That's very interesting to note that, you know, within Qatar itself, there's so much going on, and you're actually providing the infrastructure for something very futuristic. Now, with that, I'd like to focus on the next question, which is around what are cities doing in terms of legal frameworks as well as you know, policies, so that autonomous vehicles can actually become a reality in their cities. And I'll start with Firaz. Firaz, if you can share from your experience what you've seen as either challenges, hindrance, or a boost from a policy perspective for adopting autonomous vehicles, please.
Thank you, Bijou. Well, I definitely can't answer the question from a legal background. I'm very limited on that, but I can definitely tell you that in order to develop those policies and procedures, I guess we need to create the best programmable mobility ecosystems with the proper software and development process. And to do that, we need to establish software-defined architecture, I guess, that will bring new technologies to the market and create new mobility value chains for people. Other procedures that cities could adopt is added value benefits or perks to the customers that end up investing, for example, in our case, in hybrid vehicles, or even electric vehicles, or using new mobility solutions altogether. Some of these added values, such as no custom duties on HEVs or EVs, developing charging stations for electric vehicles, which are already popping up all across the country in Qatar, and maybe even dedicated parking spaces, and maybe even a buyback guarantee program from distributors to entice customers, I guess, to buy and trade in a new HEV or EV vehicle with an existing one. So all these are sustainable perks, I guess, that cities and governments can offer to build towards autonomous driving. And even now, during COVID mobility, operators are acquiring fewer vehicles, unfortunately, and extending their use of existing vehicles. And major players are restructuring their old lines and investing or acquiring to pivot into new models. So there are definitely some issues that smart cities could tackle, and they can begin with that.
Thanks, Firaz. If I can call on you, Abdullah, to share some perspectives on what you're seeing from a legal and a regulatory, perspective on the adoption of autonomous vehicles, please.
Yeah, thanks. So I think there are still a lot of, and I know there's a few regions in the world that have kind of matured their regulatory and legislative framework to support autonomous. Although I think there's still, from what we've seen, there's still some divergence as to how different areas are approaching it. And it's for us, it's really still everybody's still in an experimentation phase. I mean, we've dealt with a number of autonomous developers. let's say, or vehicle developers that have severe, let's say, constraints or concerns still, even from their side, as to how they will deploy their technology. So not only from a regulatory perspective, but also thinking about reputation, thinking about safety, thinking about so I would say both the regulations and the technology is still moving. They're still moving towards each other, let's say, and there's still some space between them. The way that we think about it really is thinking about we go back to the use case. And so what we're thinking about is, rather than try to kind of answer all of these regulatory issues from now, let's find the use cases which are possible today, and let's develop them and develop that business case. So simple things like, some of the autonomous makers that we've dealt with, for example, don't like to take a left turn because of the cross traffic implications of that. So again, it's thinking about how do we find the right paths and the right applications that avoids these more contentious issues, which opens up more exposure to accidents, more exposure to traffic, so forth and so on. So we're looking at off-road testing, so things along pedestrian areas. We're looking at, again, closed area testing. We're looking at certain circuit testing. And again, we're exploring where we're still trying to find that use case and that business case. We think the regulations will come with time. And we're seeing still how the different regions and different countries are going to approach it.
Thanks, Abdullah. I think that's a very practical way of informing policy, to look at use cases, to look at testing, and then come up with policy rather than having a big brotherly attitude. Here's a policy, everyone shall follow. I think that's some very, very interesting perspectives. And with that, Satya, if I can call on you to share some of your experiences with what you're seeing within the policy and regulatory environments across the world.
Yeah, thank you, Biju. I think to answer that question, what I'd like to do is really chart, the journey Singapore has taken since 2014, because that is instructive. I really like what Abdullah said when he mentioned that technology and policy actually need to work, almost in tango to get to the right place on AV, because the reality is the technology is developing so rapidly, and it's really important for there to be a level of humility among the policy makers to really, somewhat follow what's happening and then adapt regulation to be relevant to ensure that the outcomes are achieved. So what happened in Singapore is in recognizing this construct, something called the Committee on Autonomous Road Transport for Singapore was developed in 2014. This committee comprised, international experts, academics, and industry representatives who actually worked kind of together to start thinking about, what legislation should be developed for AV to operate on roads, establish AV trial sites, develop technical standards for AV implementation, a set of testing protocols, and even set up an independent AV test center to conduct tests so that, before they can operate on public roads. And all of this has actually been very helpful in, moving the country forward progressively to develop AV, to bring AV to the roads. And as part of this, of course, extensive consultation with industry and developers, and a sandbox on legislative amendments, all of which then resulted in the Road Traffic Act for autonomous vehicles being passed in 2017 in Singapore, which actually then provides legislation for AVs to be tested on public roads. Now, this encompasses policy and guidelines for AVs to be on trial on public roads. So while the initial trial started, now, there can be a much more extensive testing on the roads because there is a law which then allows this to happen. But remember, the technology is developing rapidly. So as part of this, again, in 2017, the Center for Excellence for Testing and Research for AV was set up. This is called CTRAN. And what CTRAN did was really to create a very strong test bed where the regulations and the tests could be carried out to see what works, what doesn't work in the context. So imagine, we are a tropical country, heavy rains, there's signal attenuation. How does this thing work? And to be able to do that, we needed proper testing conditions, which then informed, the changes in the testing and the regulatory regimes. And then in 2019, Singapore first published our, standards, which we call Technical Reference 68, which then provides the, provisional national standards to guide the industry in the development and deployment of AV. And this is an industry-led effort which involves a number of work groups comprising AV industry, research institutions, higher learning institutions, and government agencies, which then creates the target for AV developers to reach, and then, it seeks to eliminate risk and uncertainty surrounding the technology. So all of this, and so just like what Firas said, this was initially done with level 2, level 3, and in 2020, the TR68 was modified to consider 3, 4, right? 5, we are still some way off, but I think this is where we are. And so this gives you a basic idea of the evolution and potentially an approach which countries which have similar frameworks can use to bring AV in a safe way to the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Satya. Now, Ahmed, if I can ask you to share some of your perspectives on the policy front as well, please.
Yeah, from a perspective of a maker, Biju, we never expected that cities will be able to just grab a blank paper and start drafting all these regulations and policies out of the blue. Like I said, we expected the enablement and the advocacy for the makers to pilot and test, and then, like Satya mentioned, evolve from that starting point. I mean, looking at the automotive industry, 100 years ago, they did not start with specifying what type of phones to use on traffic signs. So we don't expect the same in this case with AVs. In terms of what cities are doing right now, I think there is a lot of progress being made. Satya mentioned their readiness index. Singapore is number 1. I might be biased, but they mentioned that the Netherlands is number 2 because we have a subsidiary there. We have witnessed the growth that we're just talking about. Since 2015, they enabled public road testing for autonomous vehicles, and now they have the experimental law where a test permit is issued for a vehicle without a driver inside the vehicle. So you could see that it's kind of a precursor that you need to have this enablement before you can grow the legislation, the regulation, or even the business models. And the beauty about this is it's not only for now the public sector, it's also private sector participating. You have organizations such as the ISO and the Underwriters Laboratories now releasing their UL 4600 that we use in our design and guidelines for the policies. Although most of them right now, they're following the approach of guidance. So it's not yet mandatory and very specific steps to develop the solution. But they take the approach where you get to defend your claims as a maker and argue your safety case. And based on that, you get the testing permit. And I think it's just the way to start. And the good thing as well, like Satya mentioned, that these frameworks and policies are not actually patentable. So for a city to copy a successful model and localize it, once it's adapted, then businesses will follow, and it allows for more testing and deployments. But there must be a start before getting everything in place for everyone.
All right, thank you, Ahmed. I want to be conscious of time. We have another 10 minutes and we have another question to go. Our final question is, we want to start looking at AVs from a pandemic perspective. So the two parts of the question: did the pandemic have any implications on the future of autonomous vehicles? And post-pandemic, what does the future hold for us from an autonomous vehicle adoption perspective? I'll start with you, Ahmed, if you want to share some perspectives on what the future is going to look like.
Again, I might be biased, but I think that the future is very exciting. When you look at the effect of the pandemic, what it did was actually increase the attention towards the trend of autonomous vehicles, whether in mobility, delivery, or mobility. And people are now looking into more safer and convenient transport options. So the reason why I'm excited beyond this support from the increased attention, funding is still continuing. Just recently, Euro, which is one of the leading companies in the AV delivery market, announced another 500 million to their company. Just a few days ago, also the Giant Auto also announced with GM announced the recent that for the first time they will actually invest more in AVs and EVs than their gasoline cars for the first time in GM history. And that's also, it's an indication that the trend is pushing further. I'm also excited to see some of the cities reclaiming back the streets to bike lanes and sidewalks, which is an advantage in our case because we operate on bike lanes and sidewalks, and to other micromobility and delivery startups as well. But the reason why I'm most excited, to be honest, is that you see the development in technology in hardware and software substantially different than the past. In hardware specifically, we used to purchase a LiDAR sensor for $10,000. Now it's below $5,000, more efficient and more reliable. So as a general outlook, I think that we're accelerating towards more connected, more autonomous vehicle going to automated, going to multimodality, and shared the future for transport.
Thank you, Ahmed. Satya, if I can call on you to share some correlations, if any, as well as the future outlook for autonomous industry, please.
Yeah, thank you, Biju. COVID-19 has actually accelerated the trend, essentially, which had taken steam with the pressure that manpower constraints are putting on the transportation system. And this is where, I do want to pick up a point which Abdullah had raised earlier around, where are the use cases going to be found? And COVID-19 is actually finding some of the use cases for us. So for example, when you look at the fact that logistics, last mile movements, delivery, and public transportation do have risks when they are manned in the traditional way. AV gives you a great opportunity to essentially reduce that risk. And added to that, the fact that many countries, the developed countries, and to be fair, even Middle East, Qatar included, if you're thinking about reducing reliance in certain areas on foreign labor, I think AV gives a great opportunity as a policy tool to address that. So what's happening, we're seeing is something which had started well before COVID, but clearly, COVID is putting the spotlight on this issue. What has happened again here is in certain areas like public transport and goods movement, we are beginning to see acceleration in the deployment of autonomous transportation. So much so that in Singapore, one of the announcements recently made by the Emerging Stronger Task Force is that in response to the pandemic, we are accelerating the potential deployment of autonomous public land transport in some ways by the end of the year. So this is a very interesting development. But I just want to take a step back quickly and say development of AVs is going to increase accessibility and connectivity of public transport system because it becomes more convenient and inclusive. Countries can reduce reliance on privately owned cars, reducing congestion on roads, and free up space used in car parks and roads for other uses. So clearly, there are many long-term benefits which we believe AVs are going to bring. It's about the speed and the focus on the areas that countries want to do to address policy questions that will determine where they'll be deployed.
Thank you, Satya. Now, Firaz, if I can call on you, please, to share what, from an automotive industry, what you think are some future outlooks for autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, sure, Biju. Well, this is definitely my favorite question because we can relate to it as a distributor of Toyota and Lexus vehicles. You know, the pandemic accelerated what clearly was, I guess, inevitable. And sometimes not all storms come to disrupt your life, but some actually come to clear your path. And looking into Toyota's global strategy of transforming from an automotive company to a mobility company, Toyota is really keen on delivering the best mobility solutions. And they are continuously working on AV research and development, and having even sponsored the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics scheduled to be held in July of next year to showcase their mobility solutions, and such as the autonomous e-pallet, which will support the smooth movement of staff and athletes around the Olympic villages, walk-in area BEVs, the 1 or 2 person I-road vehicle, electric vehicle, and also with a major focus on fuel cell hydrogen vehicles. Such as the 4-door sedan, the Mirai, currently actually being tested in the region, and the Sora bus. It's an electric bus that runs completely on hydrogen. So here, at least at AAB, Abdullah Abdul Ghani, we also committed ourselves to a couple of mobility projects, some as pilot programs and others launched in the market. One of these programs I can add is Lexus Flex. And to be honest with you, this is the first subscription program of its kind in the MENA region, where customers can download the app, register their credentials, and book a Lexus vehicle for a minimum of 3 months, and have their vehicle delivered directly to their doorstep. And the beauty of this program is that it's completely digital, and you can actually swap to another vehicle from a different segment. So one day you're driving an SUV, the other day you're driving a sports coupe. And it's also an opportunity for our customers to try our hybrid vehicles, which Toyota as a brand and as an automotive company is extremely proud of and big of. And at the end of the day, they get to try both worlds, the gasoline and the electric engine.
Thank you. Looks like you know, the future where we can ask Alexa to bring our next car is close. It's not just someone driving it, but you know, the autonomous car is going to drive itself to our houses. Finally, I want to get to Abdullah and get some of his perspectives on what you know, from a free zone and from a city and you know, a country perspective, what the future holds for autonomous vehicles.
Thanks. I think it's always a hard question to try to imagine what the future is going to be like based on kind of this rapidly evolving technology, right? So I think, you know, probably when they were working on the first computers, they were just thinking, you know, now I can calculate faster, I can calculate faster. I mean, it took them, I think, 60 years before they realized that, you know, I can use a computer to do things more than just calculating numbers. And I think, you know, for me, this is, I think, maybe where the autonomous is going. So right now we're still talking about cars and you know, how do I get cars to drive themselves? But actually the real question is what use cases and what experiences does that then open up? You know, I mean, you know, will the future be cars, or will it be other things that are, you know, not cars? You know, is it going to be things like I think some of the things that the Toyota that Firas was mentioning around pallets and moving people and moving products and moving them by air, moving them by sea. And I think that, you know, we're still in the technology development phase, but once that platform is developed, I imagine that the use case themselves will transform how people move and how they move their goods as well. So, I think it definitely won't stop at driverless cars. I think that much I can say. But beyond that, I think that's what people like Ahmed and some of these other makers are trying to explore and find out. And from our side, again, that's what we're also trying to explore and find out.
Thank you, Abdullah. With that, thanks to all of our fellow panelists for taking the time out of your busy schedules. I think the writing is clear. There is a future for autonomous vehicles, and all of us have to embrace it, get over the anxiety and sit in those cars so we have more time to do things that matter. On behalf of Musharraf Properties and the panel, I would like to thank all of you for dialing in and listening to our insights. If you have any questions, please don't forget to submit it to dscs@musharraf.com. Thanks, and have a safe and great rest of the day.
Thank you, dear panelists, and thank you, Biju, for moderating this conversation. But before we move to an autonomous world and our third panel, food for thought is not enough to feed our human bodies. So I will leave you for a short break, grab a healthy meal, and come back at 1 p.m. for our last two panels on innovation and sustainability and pandemic readiness. We will also have a demo from Spain about a new vision of a pandemic-ready smart city. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are energized and ready for our last 90 minutes of the Doha Smart Cities Summit, brought to you by Msharib Properties in Qatar. It's not all bad this year. COVID-19 allowed us to have more family time, less frantic workload, and a healthier lifestyle all in all. It was also a fresh start for the environment, but also for the innovation ecosystem. Many ideas emerged from the pressing needs that arose from the pandemic, but also many companies boosted their innovation process to respond to these needs and seize the opportunity of this forced change before the world goes back to its old habits. Innovation and sustainability is the topic of our next 40 minutes panel, moderated by Toby Horline from Green Tech Village in Sweden. To you, Toby.
Thank you very much, and good day to you. Welcome to this session on innovation and sustainability. I'd like to share my screen with you to introduce the panel that I have the honor of guiding through this chat today. So we have Mahdi Al-Hebabi from Vodafone Qatar, the Business Service Director. We have Adrian Wood, the CEO of Siemens Qatar and Kuwait. We have Leonie van den Berken, the Program Director of Amsterdam Smart City. We have Jan Reinmüller from KPMG Singapore, the Head of Digital Village and Partner. And last but certainly not least, we have Jason Twill, the Director of the World Cup Master Program, the Qatar Foundation. Now, sustainability and innovation, that is certainly a big topic, and we need to talk about it. We have talked about it for the better part of the last 50 years, since the early 70s. We're still not quite there. The Sustainable Development Goals are in everyone's mind, on everyone's business plan, and certainly on many people's daily agenda. We will see the city becoming a smart, or otherwise, for that matter, becoming the tip of the spear, if you want, over the next decades to lead sustainable development until the end of the century, at which point we will have a population of almost 11 billion people on this planet, up from about 8 billion today. The city will grow in importance also because urbanization is a big topic. So back in the early 70s, as I mentioned already, half of the cities that we have now did not even exist. Now that's something to dwell upon. And 37% of the population lived in cities. It will be more than half by the mid-century. And that is something we need to address here in this panel. We see trends emerging: circular economy, energy efficiency, IoT, sensor networks, citizen engagement and grassroots movements, neighborhood projects. These are all trends that we see in a smart city context. We have policy frameworks, the EU Green Deal, obviously, the Mission 100 cities for carbon neutrality. We see the same theme emerging on many levels, and innovation plays, not only in my daily business, but in everyone's business at this point, a major role in bringing about sustainable development. It can also be distracting, but we'll talk about that in a very short moment in this panel. I think innovation generally, and that's my last comment here. Greta Thunberg said, "No, not one technology will save us," and that is quite true. I'm quite sure that would be astonishing if it did. However, 1,000 different ones might just do the trick. So in this panel, we talk about some of these 1,000 different innovations and technologies and see how that is coupled to sustainability within the smart city sector. So without further ado, I'd like to address Leonie with the first question here. How do you see the cross-section between innovation and sustainability in your daily work?
Okay, thank you so much, Toby, for this great introduction, and thank you all for having me here. And like you said, lots of new cities have arisen, and I believe there has been calculated that 60% of the cities still have to be built to 2050 in order to provide for enough households for everyone going to the cities, even in these pandemic times. Well, for Amsterdam Smart City, we're an independent innovation platform existing already for 11 years. And at our very foundation, 11 years ago, it was designed to have innovations directed towards solutions for sustainability. So it's in our core DNA. So whatever we do, we try to help very different people, very different organizations combine their thoughts, their ideas, their unique qualities in order to have this smart technology, this smart thinking towards sustainability. So different use of energy, different use of resources, different cleaner use of mobility, for example. So for us, it's the very core of what we do. And it's not only directed to cities only, which is very important, at least in Europe, as our cities are too small to think on a city scale. So we need to think on regional and even national, international scale, because we are all embedded in this global ecosystem. So that's for a start.
Indeed, yeah. This is a very comprehensive look at it. I mean, you're dealing with everything in the city pretty much from your point of view. So that's a high ask to leave something out, I guess, actually touches on everything.
Yeah.
Maybe from Adrian, if I may ask, from Siemens, from an economy point of view, from a company that is in the midst of smart things, of application of technology, how do you see innovation coming into play in your daily routines?
Thanks, Toby. Well, from a Siemens point of view, I think it's very, very important. We have no choice but to move forward with smarter solutions or an ecosystem of solutions. And that is essential, not only because more and more people are going to cities, but you look at the finite resource we have and the need to, I would say, control the resources, control the grids, control the energy, and basically be more efficient. And the only way you can do that is combining good concepts with technology. You need both, but they must be hand in hand. And once you work out the concept you want and the technology you need, you can bring them together, and then there's your solution. And so from a Siemens point of view, we're very interested in this. And it's not a trend, it's a must, in bringing the technology to make the cities more efficient, more smarter, and really bringing the physical world and the digital world closer together so that the physical world gets better, smarter, quicker. That's our job, and it's very exciting.
I imagine it would be. As also there is the what I would imagine is bringing people together to do this is often hard, especially if you're looking at concepts. So let's mark that down for later. I want to go into stakeholder alignment and involvement a bit later on in this chat. For now, Jan, can you give us an impression from the Singapore side of things? We are a global panel here, so that's a very fortunate situation, I believe. Get some different perspectives. Jan, are you there? You're muted. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. I think Singapore already embarked 5 years ago on what we call Smart Nation, really trying to transform the whole city into being smart. But I think the core of it is what I'm seeing here is the financial center, transformation. So being a smart, sustainable financial center at the heart of it. I think that's what we have seen really in the last couple of years, really playing out within, incredible new infrastructures built to really, coming up with these economic efficiencies, building fintech ecosystems, looking really into, how can we help, SMEs to become more efficient? Because I think there's a correlation between economic efficiencies and sustainability, and many more. So quite interesting, what we see here, and ultimately it will improve the life of citizens. Ultimately, you will also learn more about the data you capture, because once you have digitized all of the different areas, then obviously you also get a better understanding where, citizens basically spend their time and money. That's just, as a quick overview about what is, happening in Singapore at the moment.
Fascinating. That is an entirely different take on it. So fintech as an enabler, basically, and how to shape the structure of actors into something that they are not yet. So let's touch upon that later as well, and data, of course, being one of the big themes in this overall event. Now, Mahdi, can I ask you from the Vodafone Qatar perspective, what is sustainability for you guys? What does it mean, and how is innovation coming to it?
Yeah, so we believe that sustainability is very important for us to ensure that we are creating the right model and the right innovation idea. When it's coming to Vodafone, we are aligning with the government vision 2030 to become one of the smartest city, Doha to be smartest city in the world. Also, to implement this vision, our role is very important as a connectivity provider, as also digital services provider, to enable the foundation of the connectivity. So to give you example, what we are doing in the last 2 years, especially now Doha is one of the first 5G enablers when it's coming to technology. And this 5G will help the government and the private sector to build all the application, all the innovation idea, which will help us to have a sustainable more systems. When it's coming also to other technology like IoT, like machine learning, like big data, we believe this investment which we did in the last 2-3 years is now have been monetized, especially with the government focus to push private sector to invest more into this technology, to have more sustainable services. As an example, IoT, which we already invest in, now helping the government to have better waste management, to have better quality of air, to have better asset tracking and better fleet management. So as a connectivity provider, we believe any smart city needs strong connectivity provider, and not only strong connectivity traditional provider, also innovative one with a new technology, with a new idea, and also with the most optimal model when it's coming to commercialize all of these services. MOTC, which is the Ministry of Telecommunication and the Transport, they already issue the vision and the regulation for making Qatar more smart, and this help all of ICT provider, also service provider in Qatar, to be more focused when it's coming to making Qatar more smart. We already started this path, and we start now seeing big government entity like Kahrama as an example, now using more smart meter, which will be sustainable service, where they will benefit from getting automated tools to read the electricity meter, where it used to be manual. So this is as a big example of using the right partnership and using the right also tools to innovate and to have more sustainable service for the country.
Very much the enabler then, carried on by frameworks, by regulation, but also by engaging the right people and the right business partners to make this happen. Very good point. Yes. Jason, I would like to ask you the same question. What role does it play in your daily life? But also, slight caveat here, what's the biggest challenge that you see that needs to be overcome?
Yeah, thank you, Toby. Great question. Sustainability for me has always been a state of mind. And I've been working in urban regeneration cities for about 22 years. And where I've seen the most success around urban transformation has been using a framework and a hierarchy. And it starts with a mental model, governance, process, tools, and then products and technologies. So putting in a hierarchy that enables us to look at appropriate technology that supports a broader vision of the culture and values of the place for the city to come from. Mental model being the worldview and mindset we use to think or conceive of the ideas that are transformational or disruptive. Governance around progressive governance to put the enabling conditions in place for the private sector and government to work together to achieve those disruptive outcomes for cities. I look at cities like Amsterdam and Orleans as kind of on the pinnacle of where, really progressive urban governance that allows for industry to kind of deliver disruptive technology and have investor confidence that you can get through the processes and approvals quickly. A process that, really makes teams work together in a collaborative fashion and think outside the box. The tools that give us better ideas and achieve better decision-making more efficiently. And that could be with the evolution of AI and technology that we're using to analyze data in cities is getting better and better to improve our decision-making. And then the products and technologies that serve that greater purpose. Challenges I see today, well, going back in the 20th century, I think we're still been stuck in this kind of technocratic, mechanized way of thinking about cities. And we have this, issue of architectural sameness or place sameness happening, where you can drop a shape and drape glass tower all over anywhere. You wouldn't really know where you're from. So places are losing their identity. So I look at Musharraf here in Qatar as a great example that really committed to a different approach to regeneration, like drawing on the heritage and cultural values and anthropology and archaeology of this country to really come up with a regime of thinking about architecture differently, place differently, the curation of the ground plane differently, but then at the same time layering in a tremendous amount of technology to make it an extremely smart place, to make it efficient, safe, and a comfortable urban environment for people. So I see, hopefully we're at this nexus now where I think there's a demand to attract talent and capital to cities. You really need to draw on the culture of your city and be hyper local to your place, to be unique and destinational, to attract that kind of talent that want to have authentic place. How does industry and technology partners like Siemens or Vodafone or Ooredoo, partner with industry to help deliver those outcomes? But again, being in service to that bigger vision about a culturally driven place and city.
Very interesting. Here we already see, ladies and gentlemen, a pattern emerge here. So we have technology obviously meeting the needs. A city is very, very, very little without its citizens. And how do we fuse these together? And that brings us to frameworks and to how do we process this and how do we frame it as, as a semantic concept, but also from the very content. I think, Leonie, the famous donut concept of Amsterdam, and we are approaching lunch, so this is perfectly apt to talk about donuts at this point. How do you handle this? This has been, I believe, haloed as a real success case and the way forward, at least, in the cultural background and institutional background that we are moving in here in Central Europe. How do you, can you, tell us about the donut concept of Amsterdam?
Well, the donut concept, just to be quick about it, well, the donut of Kate Wayworth, I assume, is well known, and it's all about, like I said before, you cannot look at a city by itself. You need to look at it on a regional and global scale. So how are your connections? And of course, the donut is all about providing diversity and inclusivity. So enough. A good life, a sustainable life, a happy, thriving city for all, whether your background or income is. And the success of the Donut Coalition, I think, lies in a long twisted tradition of Amsterdam, even for my own foundation, of this cooperation within the ecosystem. We have learned, like Jason also said, that we need everyone in place. So we need a government for regulation, for wanting, for subsidies on market imperfections. We need a market like Siemens, Vodafone, whoever, to design this technology. But we also need societal foundations, who are my partners as well, to make these connections with citizens. And we need, of course, knowledge institutions, to do this deep-founded research. And we have this long history of combining all these people and all these thoughts with the shared mindset of wanting to have this sustainable, thriving, inclusive, and fair city. So I think that is one of the main successes. And one of the other things I would like to add is lots of times when we talk with smart cities, we talk about citizen adoption and citizen incorporation, and we would like to put onto the table that's too narrow-minded. We also need to have on board the CEOs, decision makers of private companies. They should adopt also what technology can do for them, not only the Siemens, but for example, an hospital. How does the work of a hospital change when we have autonomous vehicles? And we've learned here as well, and again, back to the Donut Coalition, we need to bring politicians along. We've learned for a long time that citizens might be even more front runners than politicians, aldermen or council members of cities. So that people from cities companies are coming up with innovations that cannot be adopted by the regulations of government. So we need them all. And with this Donut Coalition, back to that, again, it's a framework where we have all these different actors, these multi-stakeholder actors within this ecosystem in place, together with the same holistic mindset that everything works together. You need to look on a city scale in this huge level. And then it's all about, like Jason said, it's mindset. Without a right mindset, it's very hard to come together. And then last point, what is difficult is to have a good understanding how big the issues are. I've met so many people who thought climate change was something in the future. When we are finalized with our meetings, then climate change will start. But of course, it has started a long time ago, and it does not wait for us to start acting. So we act now.
I'd wager it's an easy ask for the Dutch, as they already are underwater. So I
make that point. I myself am living on the bottom of the lake. So with this rising water levels, I'm in danger with my house.
So the top-down, and just another question here, the top-down, bottom-up combination of governance here, governance models, or just the very daily business of it. I mean, we don't have to framework everything. We don't have to explain everything. Sometimes things just work. So what would you share as like a take-home message maybe for everyone else? What really works? How can you do this? How can you fuse the citizens with the politicians and the CEOs and, you know, the management agencies? How can you do that?
Well, it starts maybe with already acknowledging that sometimes it needs to be done top-down, sometimes it needs to be bottom-up. So the answer is mostly into the question, what does it need? So it's really putting yourself into the question, into the issues you want to resolve, and then the best way to approach it will come to you. And one other thing, I think what works quite well is acknowledging that it's hard work. Cooperation between all these different stakeholders is not a Sunday walk in the park. It's really hard work. And it needs, again, this mindset, joining people and having them. And we put a lot of work in that to create an atmosphere of curiosity, open mind, and respect, knowing that, and even respect to yourself, that you acknowledge that you don't have all the answers. So embrace your own imperfections, not be harsh to the imperfections of other people. So when you think, oh, Jason forgot this, I can help him instead of judging. So this is what we try to do, is this open, curious, helping attitude with a lot of fun. Because we have learned that when you put a bit of fun into place, people ease up and it helps your creative, open mind. So that this is what we try to do.
Very interesting. That is an interesting approach. And I very much suspect, and so would many people in the audience, that this is very much culturally related. So Adrian, maybe I can ask you from a Siemens, Kuwait and Qatar perspective. It's quite different from the Netherlands, obviously, and you're in the midst of it. So if you apply a technology, if you use it in a project, let's say digital twins or IoT, whatever, you know, some cutting edge smart city tech, how does this, what Leonie just said, work? How would it work, and how would it probably not work? What else could be done?
Well, I want to come back to also something that Jason said, and I agree, and I want to challenge him, and Leonie mentioned as well. And the key is, I think, mindset. And we sometimes see a good mindset initially, but then it's not driven right through the project. And by the time this idea, this smart city or this smart segment reaches implementation, it's nowhere near smart any longer, and it's being transformed to a normal system. So it really is driving the mindset right the way through with different stakeholders, but keeping that mindset, I want to be smarter, I want to do it better for various reasons, and not just getting, be it politics, be it finance, in the way. The point I want to challenge him on is that on the technology side, sometimes the technology leaders know what's possible, know what's coming, and have some good ideas themselves. So I would love to be involved with the politicians and with the stakeholders, because we have some great ideas and we know what you can do. And quite often, when you talk to customers about smart cities, they initially think of small ecosystems. Well, the real benefits are when you try and bring them together. And when you start sharing data between ecosystems, you can get more benefit. And one specific example is, in general, we spend about 90% of our time in buildings, a ridiculous amount of time. So they have to be one of the focal points. And in the past, the building has been a lump of concrete. But if you actually do make it truly smart, one, it should then become not just an asset, but a competitive advantage, either for the business using it or for the owner. And there's many things you can do to make that building smart, efficient, less pollution, interact with its inhabitants, i.e. the employees or the visitors or the guests or the owners. There's a hell of a lot you can actually do. So I'd love to be included at the stage one and not brought in at the end, oh, what technology can support? No, what can we do? You mentioned digital twin, and that's a modeling software. When you can digitize something, then you can actually really play with it, make mistakes, expand it, and then say, I want that model. You can do it in the planning stage, or you can actually build it on top of your data, and then you can really start to get smart. You can involve past data, you can have AI, you can have predictive. Because, for example, if you're looking at crowd control, many times events have happened in the past, or you have past data. So you can use that to create a much efficient crowd control, or transport control, or smart transport, or smart building. It's almost endless. So it really is using the concepts, the data, and going for it. So I'd love to be included at the stage one. There's a lot that technology does. It's not just an enabler, it's an idea provoker. And the key is to bring it all together, data first, onto a platform, such as like a MindSphere platform, and then make it smart. That's how I would drive it.
That is a couple of very good points here. So the integration of everyone from the get-go to make sure that the idea does not leave the project halfway through the project. It always needs to be there in place until the very end. And although being adapted, obviously, in the middle, if something changes, it needs to be a pillar of the whole project. Scaling, I think, is something that you sort of touched upon with this. If it doesn't have the scale, if it doesn't have the wider impact, it becomes problematic, obviously, from a business point of view, because there's not enough revenue in it. Very simply, you can't do the small projects. Only it needs to be big enough to make sense. Also, for a city, and the budget and the planning takes months, years sometimes. So obviously, there is scale a big issue. Jason, maybe you want to quickly respond to Adrian's challenge. Let's make this a.
I want to strengthen exactly what Adrian's saying. So you're absolutely correct. So in that framework I propose, I probably could have elaborated. That's just a decision of what technology to apply. It's at the end of that process. But my mantra is everyone engaging everything early, the 4 E's. So an example, when I worked on South Lake Union Innovation District in Seattle, Siemens and Microsoft were at the very epicenter and at the start of our projects that helped us shape our decision-making. We're having that same conversation now. So I represent the Qatar Foundation. It's 25 years old and it's a hugely diverse, incredible foundation. founded on the vision of Sheikh Moza bin Nasser and her husband Hamad bin Khalifa, the father emir of the country. And we have Education City, which is about 14 square kilometers, in its own right, an experimental precinct with universities, research centers, but very open dialogue with the Ministry of Transportation and Communication here, the Ministry of Municipality and Environment, on how we collaborate with government and apply and pilot these ideas with organizations like, you know, the technology providers here in this country, at Siemens, Vodafone, Ooredoo, and really test and you get feedback and research from that to really shift the country's direction, which is a beautiful, bold vision for where the country wants to be in 10 years' time from now. I'm also a huge advocate of shifting from, not shifting, but kind of building and evolving the smart cities paradigm to the wise city and ensuring like, who's the technology for? And one of the crises we deal with in the urban context today is equity and inclusion. You know, and how does technology help support that in an urban environment? Affordable housing is a critical issue. We mentioned how citizens get more involved. Amsterdam's got an incredible citizen-led housing, you know, ecosystem happening. Cities like Berlin, Zurich, I go to because they're attractive to talent and capital and being pinnacles of like creative urbanism. And a lot of that lies in the fact that it isn't just top-down developers and government building these places. These new precincts, like Meralvaun in Zurich, are citizen-led precincts. You know, 500 dwellings, mixed-use regeneration precincts, all being run and decided by the citizens and community that will live and reside in that place. And when you have the community with you at the table, and this is advocating that we have to have much better community engagement in our projects, that breeds this really incredible nexus of innovation and sustainability and other ideas, because you have your end users, you're not driven only by assumptions, you're driven by direct feedback from people that will live in that place and come up with ideas with you. And it's just, I've seen so many incredible examples of some of the most innovative projects I've toured. There was no developers involved at all, and government worked directly with communities. So you're seeing this advent of a new type of urban regeneration and city making happening, where citizens are kind of right there at the start with technology companies asking how they want their precinct to be smart, how they want their home to be smart, how they want their mobility solutions to be smart, but also hyper sustainable and carbon neutral. And that just changes the way we think about, I always call it the assumption killing machine process, because so much of what we build is driven by our assumptions. Yes, we do research and analysis, but nothing beats having a coffee with your neighbor. It's an important way to engage and think about the future of our cities.
That's certainly a good addition to a digital twin to keep all sides of the human mind engaged and the interaction, which in these times obviously is very hard to do. So I think extra focus on that. Jan, from Singapore's vantage point, how does it work over there? It's not quite the same as Qatar, and it's certainly not quite the same as Central Europe, Zurich and Berlin being mentioned. How does it work over there with what you do, the engagement, the top-down, bottom-up combination?
Yeah, let me share a few things. Sorry, 1 second.
Love that. That's a COVID moment.
Sorry, my apologies.
No worries.
No, I just want to touch something very important what was said earlier. I think, adoption mindset, and I will come to this basically, also to the Singapore case. So I said two things earlier coming from Singapore. One is the infrastructure, which I define as bottom up, right? Where the government really provides the technology infrastructure. And then I talked about startups, startup ecosystems. So why is this important? For me, that's the top down, basically, where we are saying, we know that from an adoption mindset, the established companies have more a challenge in adopting new technologies, adopting these new infrastructures. So having a startup ecosystem as the first mover on these new infrastructures is actually a big advantage, and it will drive adoption and will put pressure on established companies. So I think I just want to, go back what I said in my opening and connect the two, and what I heard obviously from Adrian, Jason, earlier about the adoption mindset and how difficult sometimes it is. But from a government perspective, if you look at it, if you own the infrastructure, you own the data, right? You have startups making use of it. They're running their own business model. They drive revenue for themselves, for the economy, for the GDP. But on the infrastructure level, you own all the data sets. Once you have the data sets, then you can make sense of data. You can identify correlations. We have a lot of interesting cases here when it comes to dengue. Yeah, how to identify dengue? You know, which data sets can you use for this? And all will basically improve the livelihood of the citizen. I know it's a little bit different to what Jason said earlier when it comes to, you know, having a coffee with your neighbor. I'm pretty much a technologist. I'm data driven, and I believe having a proper infrastructure in place from a government will help and makes it much easier than from a top-down level to encourage individuals, startups as the first mover, but then obviously established companies to make use of these things. And that's what we see in Singapore. And just to highlight a few of these initiatives, being at Pay Now, which enables you to do mobile by mobile, basically payments, or to corporates, we are building now an e-invoice, a nationwide e-invoicing platform. All of this will help in building new business models on top, but it ultimately improves the livelihood and of the citizen and generates this massive amount of data.
Very good. That's also very interesting points making on the connection of data and startup, the innovation capital, you could say, that a city also has. That's very important here. Leonie, I know you are keen to answer Adrian's points here very quickly. We're almost at the end of this panel, but please.
No, I will be. No, I just was like Adrian said, I said, oh, this is exactly how the corporates within my ecosystem are talking as well. I have all these ideas, and how do I get it onto the table? How do I get into discussion? And so it's, like I said before, it's not only about incorporating citizens, but it's also incorporating all these people who have not this innovation mindset. So this is what we try to do, have all these meetings, getting people like Jason does, meeting each other, getting to know each other, have this interaction and taking time to understand one each other. So I would love maybe later to talk a bit about how you do it, because we have the same and we try the same. And another thing I would like to put in place with this crowd management systems, and other ones have said as well, what we try in Amsterdam is not only crowd management, but crowd support. So again, you can have all these data, like some of you said, but you can put them out. And so citizens themselves can manage themselves with the data provided. With one issue for us in Amsterdam region, it's very important that data is inclusive, be as transparent as possible. And we put a lot of effort now in having people having access to digital tools. So be it the hardware or the software. So have people learn to get connected. So that I would like to reflect. Thank you.
No, that's, you're making the real point here. It's all about communication. It's about getting in touch. It's about keeping up the conversation. 40 minutes obviously do not suffice. So,
no, but if people don't have a computer, they can't communicate.
No, that's also a very tricky issue. You have to see each other in person, quite literally. You have to go there and talk to them. Yeah. Now we have a very couple of 2 minutes left or so. So I'd like to take that occasion out to thank everyone on this panel very much. This was a very good start for a fantastic conversation that we could continue until the day is out probably. We can't, sadly. Again, communication, interaction, integrating the stakeholders in a reciprocal, fair and open manner, to be respectful, to be interested, and to be open to challenge their assumptions. Of course, that's easy, but also your own. It's not that easy. And then somehow bring it to the table and keep focus on what you want to do. Don't get distracted. So these are all points that we've made today, I believe, to sum up. And there is no one that should be left out of it. The industry is important as much as the governments, as much as the citizens. And it's about the procedures at this point, I believe, and the incentives for everyone to get on board, and the channels of communication. These are issues that need addressing as quickly as possible, I believe. So with that, I'd like to call it a day for this session. Thank you all for joining. Do get in touch with the organizers out there in the audience if you have questions. And thanks again. Be safe. Goodbye.
Thank you, Toby, for moderating this panel. And thank you, dear panelists, for your time and for your insight. And now, time for our last and fourth panel of the day. So throughout the day, we saw Today, we saw how we should be ready in terms of cybersecurity, connectivity, automated mobility, and innovation and sustainability. And now in our fourth and last 40 minutes panel of the day, we will try to present a more holistic approach to a pandemic-ready smart city. To moderate the session, we will have Nizar Hnaini from KPMG. He will be with you for the next 40 minutes for this engaging and hopefully very fruitful conversation. To you, Nizar.
Thank you. I hope I am audible for everyone. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to our panel about smart city pandemic readiness, how we can be ready as a smart city for future incidents as the pandemic we're facing now. Quickly about myself. I am leading the digital and innovation practice for KPMG. I have worked with smart cities globally for several years. And smart cities, we've always said they are the future. Back in 2007, for the first time, the population in the globe in cities exceeded the non-city residents. And this trend has been increasing. At the moment, maybe we're around 60%. Mega cities have quadrupled in numbers. We have more than 40 mega cities globally now with residents of over 10 million. So smart cities, definitely a very important topic, and they have been solving till now the issue of sustainability, how they can offer smart infrastructure, how they can ease the life of their citizens. But definitely 2020 has been has brought a new big parameter into the equation, and that's the pandemic readiness. We need to be clear that that wasn't always at the core of the smart city problem solving, but now this is changing. I have an esteemed panel today with me. I'll introduce them quickly for you before we start the discussion. So, So I hope you see now the team members. With us today is Asim Joshi. Asim is the leader of smart cities at Honeywell. He brings with him a wealth of experience, having led different products and services at Honeywell. He has also been in managerial positions at other players like Eaton, IBM, and also has a consulting background with McKinsey. Asim will add his point of view later on about the topic of the panel. With us also is Dr. Saber Trabulsi, faculty member at Texas A&M here in Qatar. Dr. Trabulsi is a mathematics professor, and he focuses on topics like modeling and data assimilation. And with us also is Ms. Lana Khalaf, who's country manager for Microsoft in Qatar. She's responsible for all operations of Microsoft here. And with her wealth of experience in Qatar, she's a major driver of the innovation agenda, partnering with the major government entities and enterprises. And last but not least is Andrei Telenikov. Andrei is the CEO of Antec Lab, He is a tech entrepreneur, but also has done his duties working in enterprises, among them also consulting at McKinsey. I am very happy with the panel. They bring different views from different angles. And to start, I would like to start with Lana and ask you, Lana, about your view, considering this year what happened. You've been working probably with clients on smart cities before and after the pandemic. So how do you see the readiness of smart cities for this pandemic, and what changed after the pandemic hit us early this year?
Thank you, Nizar, and hello everyone, and thank you for joining us for this panel discussion. Nizar, the pandemic have affected the way we live and work, and actually challenged governments and organizations in cities of all shapes and sizes around the world to sustain and adapt. Technology has played a critical role during this time. We actually have seen 2 years of digital transformation in just 2 months. We have seen the impact of how people and consumers engage on online and different digital channels with the rise of e-commerce. We have seen the disruption of supply chain. We have seen the rise of remote everything, from remote work to remote learn to virtual consultancy. And the pandemic has driven a systematic shift across industries spanning every facet. Cities need to respond and plan differently, not only to cope with such a pandemic and be ready to manage throughout the crisis, but also to be resilient for the future. Technology became a key critical to navigate this unprecedented times and to be able to respond, recover, and reimagine from this pandemic and for the future, and has driven a systematic shift across industries, including smart cities. Intelligent cloud with data and AI at the heart has been the key technology drivers to empower innovation, sustainability, and resilience through smart cities, helping countries and cities to sustain and adapt. What we have seen with the smart cities of how they responded and recovered, and hopefully going into the reimagine phase, is how they enabled people and organizations with agile city operations. Utilizing the intelligent cloud that is able to provide cities, organizations, and businesses scale to support critical infrastructure need, and the security of the digital estates has been key. We have seen how this intelligent cloud have supported businesses in days and hours to be able to post their business online. How SMEs had to adopt online channels in just a couple of hours. How people were needed to build new digital skills to be able to cope during this pandemic. We also have seen how this platform, Intelligent Cloud, have powered, for example, patient screening and assessment during COVID. How track and trace applications across the world in every country have been needed to be done in weeks, and the only way to enable this was through the Intelligent Cloud. 2 is digital tools, for example, such as Microsoft Teams, where they brought workforces, teachers, students, and health workers from all over the world to be able to do remote work, remote learn. And we have seen, for example, in Qatar, 40,000 or 400,000 students and teachers on this platform enabled in just 48 hours. And this is how the power and agility and scale that this intelligent cloud and the digital tools can provide. We have also seen a different type, like what we have done in NBA, where we brought the fans to the stadium through digital platform, and NBA players were able to interact with their fans, and their fans were able to sit in the stadium virtually in order to continue the NBA games and ensure business continuity and, of course, living continuity. It's also important to enhance the data and the digital platforms, with data and AI supporting every industry to reinvent themselves to overcome challenges. And this is where we have seen initiatives like AI for Health, released by Microsoft and others, health bots to support all the health organizations, and AI to support the COVID, but also call centers with the massive, if you want, need or support needed from call centers, the AI agents and bots has been essential there. As we move from a response phase to recovery phase to reimagining phase, we have a collective responsibility rather than an opportunity to rebuild together, and technology will continue to be the profound role for this journey beyond this pandemic. Recent events have taught us that transparency, decisive leadership, and the utilization of science and technology are crucial for success in managing and combating crises. If this pandemic have taught us anything, it is how to be resilient as people and government and cities. And we have seen smart cities and governments that have been able to demonstrate more resiliency and agility, utilizing the intelligent cloud and data and AI, have been able to respond to this pandemic faster, recover quicker, and reimagine the future for their cities and people. Thank you, Nizar.
Great, thank you, Lana, for that. I'd like to go to Asim and hear his view on the topic. Asim, how do you think cities have responded to the pandemic, smart cities, and what is changing after 2020?
Sure, thanks, Nizar. I just want to make sure my audio is coming through okay?
It is.
Okay, very good. So, Nizar, thanks. I'd also like to commend Mishirib for organizing this conversation, because I think it's a very relevant topic right now, the pandemic and smart cities. Before I start, just a quick word on Honeywell. Honeywell is, as many of you know, is a Fortune 100 company. We have been working in the smart and safe city space for about 5 years now. And we come from an interesting perspective because we're a technology provider, we're an OEM, but we're also a system integrator. So think of us as a technology-led SI. And we've worked in a number of projects actually deploying smart city technologies. So we have, I believe, a unique perspective. Now, with reference to your topic, I believe if you look at human history, Nizar, there are events that catalyze changes in the way we behave, the way we act, and the way we do things. After 9/11, we saw that happen with security. I think all of us may look back fondly to 25 years back or 20 years back when we could go into an airport without a lot of hassle. But now, soon after 9/11, we've all adapted to the new technology and the new protocols that have been adopted across airports. And it's not just airports, right? It's all public spaces, hotels, etc. So an event happened, people reacted, and we've adjusted to the new normal. I think in many ways, the pandemic is going to do the same thing. We've learned from these past 9 months, and we've already started seeing changes happen, and we're going to make those adjustments. Now, when you think of what the priorities of a city are, right? Because the smart city finally is responsible for a couple of things. They want to make sure that their people are safe, the citizens are safe, and that the economy can go on. And to do this, they need to do two things. They need to reduce the likelihood of a pandemic occurring. And at the same time, if a pandemic occurs, they want to make sure that they can respond better to such an emergency. Right? I've drawn on this chart a few examples of how technology can help achieve both of these objectives. First, on the point about reducing pandemic likelihood. I think if you trace how the virus or how bugs spread, it's clear that if you reduce your contact points, you can significantly reduce the possibility of getting infected. And we're already seeing a lot of this. So as you look at buildings, public spaces, people are adopting technology where you can go touchless. You see it in elevator buttons, you see it in payments, you see it in access control, biometrics, etc. This is something that where the technology exists, and already we are seeing in our business a big shift towards adopting contactless technologies. The second area that I see being adopted is around managing the virus vectors themselves. So this is spread through air, through water, through waste, etc. Right? And I see a lot of potential to invest in technology to improve the quality of air, both indoor and outdoor. Better manage your water, that is both fresh as well as sewage. And then more generally, manage sanitation and waste a lot better. again, these are elements that every smart city can deploy. Technologies exist, and we are seeing a lot more interest in these technologies as we engage with stakeholders across the world. And then the third area that I find interesting is around health monitoring. I think regular health monitoring of travelers is probably here to stay. At the same time, I think there is a potential for hospitals, for governments to share data, anonymized of course, but information that can be analyzed at a mass scale to detect anomalies. So if you suddenly start seeing an increase, a spurt in a certain type of symptom, that may flag the possibility of a new situation that needs to be controlled. The technology exists, but we don't actually do that today. I think there's a tremendous potential to implement things like AI that can do such work for us in the background. Now, I talked about 3 examples of how to reduce pandemic likelihood. Let me talk about 3 examples how to respond better to an emergency. First one is social distancing. Right? This is one we've all lived through, we continue to deal with. It's about cities needing to manage crowds and ensure a distance is maintained, whether it be indoors or outdoors. And here I believe, again, technology exists, right? There's a lot of video hardware and software that's already been implemented, and adapting it to meet this goal is fairly easy. In fact, we've seen examples where we've been able to deploy crowd detection algorithms literally over a weekend, and then the cities have used it to monitor progress, right? So you think of the difference where one day you just have a subjective feel on whether crowds are maintaining distance to an objective measure that says, hey, 70% social distancing adherence, right? That is very powerful. And we have technology today that can easily be deployed that does that. The second area is around emergency response. I think the whole process from where a patient feels unwell to getting tested and then being dispositioned, either being discharged, quarantined, or put into hospital, right? And then after being discharged, what kind of follow-up treatment they need. All that end-to-end process can be managed a lot more seamlessly than we've seen countries and cities manage today, because our systems today are extremely siloed. We don't have apps, we don't have systems. The ambulance system doesn't necessarily talk to the hospital system. And if you do this, an end-to-end integration, we can see a lot of improvements in how quickly data can be shared for the people who need it. And I'm sure the outcomes would be better. Again, this is an area we're seeing a lot of interest. A number of customers are asking us about how this could be worked. And then finally, a consistent theme I've seen as we have studied cities who have done well in dealing with the pandemic is the operation centers. These are basically command centers, command rooms or war rooms, if you will, where infrastructure exists to get situational awareness so that city administrators know exactly what's happening in the city. They have KPIs, they have dashboards, they have the ability to communicate and thereby make data and fact-based decisions on how to run the city. I think this is a very powerful tool. It has been used in the past for different use cases. I think these have to be deployed with some adaptation for pandemic kind of use cases. I think in summary, Nizar, I believe this pandemic will catalyze the adoption of technology in smart cities. And it will not be limited just to the mega cities. I think this really permeates this tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 cities so that every citizen in a city can feel a lot more safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Asim. Thanks for the insights and for presenting for us such valid framework. Now, I want to turn to Dr. Saber Trabilsi, a mathematician with so many nice formulas. And I'd like to understand from you, Dr. Saber, how are these formulas relevant? I know that they are at the heart of how we're dealing with analytics and trying to combat the pandemic, but I'd like to hear from you exact relevancy and what your role in academia is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nizar. Good afternoon, and thanks again for having me here today. Thanks to Mshera Property for organizing this wonderful event. And I'm very glad to be part of this discussion panel. So I'm Saber Trabelsi, faculty from Texas A&M University at Qatar. And as Nizar said, I'm a mathematician. Nobody's perfect, right? And that's why you see that strange thing in the top of my slide. If Nizar, please, can you share it? Which is nothing but a mathematical model, a set of partial differential equation, which form a kind of language that mathematicians use to describe the behavior and the dynamic of phenomena of various nature. So to be more precise, the model you see there is a mathematical, epidemiological, and compartmental model. So for example, the I model the number of infected people, the S, the number of susceptible people to be infected, and the relation with between them are given by compartment that you see on the right-hand side. Where you can model the diffusion of the virus, where you can model some restriction and some measure like mask wearing, like social distancing, like global lockdown or localized lockdown. So these models, as simple as they are, they can provide important insights on the disease dynamic. They can serve as well as labs for testing potential control strategy, but as well for predicting future outbreak. Most importantly, academia are working every day on a daily basis on these models, and these models are continue to mature, especially with the ongoing advances of the computational tools and the access to the disease incidence data, which brings us to our subject today about smart city. I mean, all of us, we know that one of the major assets of smart city resides in the amount and the availability of the collected data, and an intelligent use of scientific model combined with the data, I mean, can give you in real time qualitative warnings, for example, about the danger of lifting off some measure and intervention either too early or keeping them too long, for example. I mean, they can give you a real-time projection of the progression of the virus so that the leader can adjust the measure in real time. So, I mean, at this point, I should have convinced you that model combined with the data in an intelligent way will save our lives, right? And will let us ready for the next pandemic, which is, to my opinion, only half true, right? So how a city can be ready to face a pandemic? I think that since a smart city should be thought, designed, and built as an evolutive living organism, endowed with its own intelligence. Here in academia, we talk about urban intelligence. And for that, actually, the city itself should have in-depth knowledge of its sources, their data, and how this data can be used. So in order to insufflate such intelligence for a city, I see three ingredients. The first one, you need efficient data management and collection, right? And you need efficient information exchange system. And therefore you need a robust and strong ICT ecosystem. You need as well some data scientist skills. You need modeler, you need people writing models, writing artificial intelligence-based algorithm for assimilating the data into the theoretical model, the data that the city collect. And for this, you need scientists to work together. You need mathematicians, you need, as I said, data scientists. You need them to talk with epidemiologists. You need them to talk with healthcare forces, and so on and so forth. And obviously, what you need the decision-making process. You need leaders, and you need the stakeholder that take the decision. So clearly, you see, for a city to be smart, I mean, you need a lot of people with various backgrounds and skill on the table, right? And once this synergy is in place and effective, I mean, you will see the city itself, in case, for example, of extreme or rare event or pandemic, will be able to auto-identify the critical component to leverage for efficient response to the pandemic. I mean, a recent study in these COVID times shows that typically there's 5 critical components, and we heard Asim talking about a few of them. For example, the city will act on the mobility component. The city will analyze air flight traffic, ground transportation, GPS tracing system, and will recommend to the leader and to the decision maker some measure to take. For example, some not fixed checkpoints, some moving in time and space checkpoint. Some localized the lockdown so that the economy doesn't suffer a lot. The city will analyze as well the infrastructure performance and the facility catalog and update the resource inventory in real time. And this, we see clearly that this can be used to optimize the medical staffing and the resource triage. And of course, there are, the component, you see them on the right of my slide, you have the information and the engagement and the community, which are really an essential part of a smart city. You need the consensus of the population. You need the city to analyze, for example, what's going on the social media and exchange the information from different entities, for example, to identify sectors or region that require proactive. And obviously, this will be successful only with the design of very strong ethical principle regarding the data the city is collecting. Thank you very much. I'll stop here. Thank you very much, Nizar. You are muted, Nizar.
Thank you, Dr. Travelsi. I was saying, I understand if we are able to solve the equation at the top, you will get a prize from you, right?
Absolutely, you will be invited to my office every day, and you prepare yourself to work a lot.
Thank you again for rekindling our interest in math. And I'd like now to hear from the representative of ENTEC Lab, from Andre, regarding also how you with ENTEC Lab have changed your offerings and adapted and supported smart cities to cope with the pandemic in 2020. Over to you, Andre.
Thank you very much, Nazar, and hello, everyone. So just a couple of words about ENTEC Lab. We're a company from Moscow, Russia, but also working internationally. And Moscow, Russia is actually our flagship project. Just as we speak right now, we do video analytics and based on neural networks and artificial intelligence for Moscow video analytics system. And right now we are processing over 100,000 cameras online. So, obviously, when the pandemic started spreading in February and in March, many vendors, including us, started working very fastly, very efficiently on launching the anti-pandemic solution. And in my short speech, I will focus on the concrete cases that we did, that other vendors did, and that we know about. So first of all, of course, like one of the greatest problems is having is lockdowns and one of the biggest problems is lockdowns and how to make the lockdowns not to shut down the city. And there are different solutions for that we know. They can be based on QR codes, they can be based on Bluetooth, but actually using video analytics, you can have different solutions based on CCTV cameras. So there are solutions that allow you exactly to find out and to see and trace social contacts of the people who have got the virus and of the people who can transmit the disease. Of course, these solutions are fully GDPR compliant, so you will not see the faces of other people. But the idea is once you have the person with a confirmed virus, you can just basically press the button and you can see all the people who were standing next to him or her at a certain distance, for example, closer than 2 meters. And obviously, these solutions, they can to trace effectively, and they can help the city not to make a full lockdown, but essentially to trace the very people who have the risk of spreading the disease, and also, of course, to help these people by offering medical help. Also, we know that certain people are at higher risk. People, for example, at the age of 65 and above. Using video analytics, cities can also control whether these people have essential risks, or certain cities, they pose the restrictions for people, for example, over 65. They don't allow them to come into the streets once the pandemic is still high. And using video analytics, you can control that automatically. Well, the next is obviously mass detection. Every vendor needed to adjust the software and to make better software in order to do facial recognition with masks. And most of the key vendors did that, just as we did. And now for facial recognition works also on people using masks. And for the city, it can also give like useful analytics, like which percentage of people actually comply to using masks, for example, in the city, in the transportation. And obviously, the software can also detect whether the mask is put on correctly, like covering the nose, whether it just covers half the face, which doesn't really make much sense. Also, my colleagues spoke about a couple of other cases, for example, like crowd gatherings. They can also be controlled using video analytics, and cities can control how many people gather in certain areas. It's the same logic applies to queue management, also in certain, for example, in certain city authorities, or even when we speak not generally about the city, but about like retailers, banks, and other companies. They can also monitor queues automatically. I actually know one case when one city offered all small shops, restaurants, and beauty salons to open, provided that they install a special video analytics program which counted queues and counted people coming in. It was totally anonymous, but it just sent a signal to authorities whether these restaurants and beauty salons, whether they complied with certain restrictions for number of people, for wearing the masks, and for keeping social distancing. So this can be done now in totally automatic mode. And of course, it's not only the cities who make this kind of changes. It's also about like enterprises who work inside the cities, for example, banks. We know that there are very many cases when banks started to open accounts online, whereas like in certain states previously before the pandemic, you had to physically visit the branch. Now the banks are applying like new technologies called liveness technologies, which can automatically detect whether the person who's like connecting to the bank online, whether it's a real person or whether it's like a pre-recorded video. These technologies now exist and they are available from many solid vendors. It's also about retailers, as I spoke, they do queue management, they do mask detection, and help the city fight the pandemic by ensuring the restrictions which are imposed by the states. So these are just a few cases. There are a few more, but I think that these are the key cases that we at MT Club can do, and which we know other vendors also do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for taking us through those interesting cases. And it's very good to see how entrepreneurs can take technology to help smart cities cope quickly. I'm happy to have heard the views from different enterprises or from the academia. But I'd like to go back to Asim, and if we go back 6 months or 9 months when the pandemic started hitting us here in the region, there was a big discussion about how much data we will be sharing to be for the government to be able to track and assist in combating the pandemic versus some fears of this data being misused. How do you think this discussion has evolved, Asim, and how to set the limit between sharing the right amount of data to build the right use cases versus making sure that we are keeping the privacy of the residents of the smart city before us?
Yeah, now Nizar, I think this is a really, really important topic. It's always been important for smart cities, but the pandemic has just magnified its importance for sure. You asked 2 questions. How is the discussion going and how should we do it? I think the discussion continues to evolve, but I do have a point of view around how it can be addressed. So look, I think there's been a lot of very legitimate concerns raised about how data is collected and how it is used. You know, as you understand what the people raising the concerns are saying, it's really about wanting to make sure the data is used for the right purposes, right? Also, too often, I think the argument is presented as if it's a zero-sum game between technology and privacy. And I don't necessarily think that is true. I actually believe that you can have a have a reasonable compromise, a trade-off that can be achieved by deploying technology while ensuring privacy concerns. Now, how do you do that? I think there are basically two tracks around which you have to think. The first is transparency. Transparency in terms of intent, which is what you need to do with the data. Transparency in sharing that with every stakeholder. Transparency in how the code that is handling this data is written, so that make it available to third parties, make it available to people who want to play with it, right? Examine it. And then transparency, even in an operational mode, when people, once this is deployed, people should be able to audit it, right? And once that transparency is established, the trust is established, I think a lot of the arguments start going away. That's the first track, transparency. The second track, I would say, is around standards and guidelines, right? We are aware of GDPR. Similarly, there's other standards being established around the world. Those obviously we have to follow. But beyond that, I think the guidelines, there's a number of industry bodies that are tackling with this very problem and trying to figure out how to make the right trade-off. For instance, the World Economic Forum is currently engaged in drafting a set of policies that cities around the world can adopt to ensure data privacy, cybersecurity, open data, etc. Honeywell is a part of that engagement, and it's really open. I mean, they've engaged academia, industry, standards bodies, really across the world. And I think that kind of initiative is critical. Let me end with a couple of examples of how I think this can work, right? We've seen the contact tracing applications. I think one of my co-panelists mentioned this, right? Actually, I think Andre mentioned this, right? How there's different ways of doing it. And I think that's really important. We saw contact tracing apps being used across countries with varying degrees of success. And as I see it, there's a good way to do it and a not such a great way to do it. I see when Google and Apple came together with a common framework and they presented that as a way, as a secure way to deploy these contact tracing apps, right? Where personally identifiable information is protected, right? I think that's a good way. That's probably a good way to approach a problem like this, as opposed to others where some countries develop their own apps, which is fine, but they refuse to share it, so no transparency. And they refuse to explain how the data is being used. So the adoption was poor, and even where adoption was high, there was always a question mark on how the data was used, right? So I think this is not a zero-sum game. We can do a lot better in sharing what the use case is, right? I'll just share a second quick example around crowd gathering. Again, this was talked about earlier. Now, if our objective is to detect crowd gathering, we can do it one of two ways. We can use existing cameras and use the same facial recognition technology, et cetera, and start counting people. But that's not our objective. Our objective is to count people, not who it is, not whether it's Asim or Andre or Saber or Nizar, but it's that there are 4 people who have gathered, and that's probably not a great thing. And so if you can implement algorithms that just count heads and not who that head is, you automatically eliminate the big question around privacy, right? In fact, that's another thing Honeywell has been able to do. We deployed over a weekend, the crowd counting algorithms, deployed it in 30 cities in India, and they've been used very effectively. So these are kind of technologies, I think, these are kind of ways, how technology can be put in place in a privacy-oriented manner. But the debate shall continue for sure.
It will definitely, and that's a healthy debate to make sure that all the stakeholders in the ecosystem are keeping privacy at heart. But going back to the academia, and I think one thing coming out of our discussion as well as the previous panels we've seen today is we need an ecosystem of different technology players, of smart cities, of developers, but the academia plays a key role here. And I'd like to ask Dr. Trabelsi about that. How is the academia supporting the efforts and contributing to building a sustainable smart city, and with the focus on incidents like pandemics? You are on mute this time. Still on mute. Dr. Saber, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. So thanks, Nizar, for this very important question, what academia can do and how academia can play a role. Actually, let's not forget that most of you guys here on the panel, you at some point you went through academia, through some professor, you interacted with them. So the first thing we can do is just we continue delivering our core mission and value, preparing future engineer to face the future challenges. And that's exactly what we are trying to do, what we are doing here at Texas A&M University at Qatar. I mean, you need to prepare these future engineers and leader, but you need to give them expertise and develop their skills that match the market need, so that they will be armed to face the future challenges we spoke about, which is, I mean, living in a smart city is a challenge. How to put everything, all the pieces of the puzzle together, and we need these young guys. Let's never forget that these young guys will leave much more than us in this smart city, right? So let's keep them free. Let's involve them in collaboration. Let's let them think, develop their critical thinking, and give them white page and tell them to invent, to give idea, and encourage their discussion and their involvement in this collaboration. For example, here at Texas A&M at Qatar, we are aware about the importance of this. We have an outreach department here, and we are trying to put together industry, tech player, academia, and we are. I think that we succeeded in doing this so far. So, but now we need to collaborate together, right? I mean, as you said, all the panels agreed that we need all the players on the table. I mean, academia has a chair as well, but I mean, as you know, it's all the time very, very tricky. And this point was pointed out by Asim again. It's very, very tricky because, I mean, you have 2 points here. You have the point number 1, the complete access to the data, and the point number 2, the freedom of publication, of publishing. So that's actually our job. We publish paper, we publish our result. And I mean, in academia, we have the second one, but not the first one. But in industry, you have the first one, but not the second one. So here we have a kind of standoff. And as Asim again precised, we are trying, I mean, we are in a good way now for solving this issue, but we need to talk to academia to understand their needs and actually provide them with the right and skilled people. And the last point I would like to mention is the time scale, for example, plays for the benefit of academia. I mean, in academia, we are not afraid of going for very highly risk rewarding idea. Myself, when I take some student, when we have some PhD student, we tell them, okay, go ahead, think out of the box. Give me something you believe is true and go ahead. You have time. Of course, we don't have really, we need the resources of our tech player, collaborator, or industrial partner. But something you have to keep in mind, Google and Snapchat, it was done in Stanford University, right? Facebook, Harvard University, Dropbox, MIT, Dell Incorporation, Texas University. So you see these things, their origin is academia. So, and yeah, we hope we will continue this adventure together, but I mean, I think that we have to work hand in hand. That's the only way to succeed.
I'm sure with your enthusiasm, we'll have some exciting startups helping us on this topic coming from Texas A&M. Thanks for this. We have time for one more question. So I'd ask Andre now if this happens again, we go into a second wave or a third wave, and we have to be under total lockdown. What are the services that would come up that would add value to our life or help us to navigate such times, in addition to the other services that you talked about earlier?
Yeah, actually, my view is that currently we are very much ready for that, and the majority of businesses have adjusted. For example, like the delivery services, as we see that they can also take not only cashless payments, but you can also pay using your face, for example, as we know, and as we provide these kind of solutions. But also For example, for banks, as I said, you can you don't need to come to the branch even to become the client of the bank. Right now, it was previously necessary, now it's not necessary. All the control that was like kind of like if you speak in context of smart cities, like previously, like some cities were doing a lot of manual controls. For example, there were people like, for example, even if I take things like garbage collection, there were people who were examining how it was done. Now it's all the same video analytics system. You can find out when and how the garbage was collected, what's the frequency, what's the efficiency. I'll tell you a funny example. It's not about the pandemic, but I think it's it's a funny one to conclude the discussion. Right now, we're in Russia, and there's a lot of snow here, and we're speaking to one of the regions which has the problems of icicles. You know, when there's a high-rise building on the roof, there can be like ice, and it can fall down, but potentially, so city needs to know when to send people to clean it, essentially to remove it. Right now we're discussing the solution based on artificial intelligence. So the car will be driving down the main streets. It will have a camera. It will look up these high-rise buildings for the icicles, and it will automatically calculate when the icicle has probability to form. So they will be sending people in advance. So yeah, even in this it's a very niche solution, but this is just an example, like what could be done currently with current technology we have at hand. So I'm very optimistic about that. I sincerely hope that we will have as minimum lockdowns as possible, but at the same time, I'm confident that we're very prepared for that.
Great, thank you, Andrei. Thank you all, dear panelists. And of course, thanks for Musharraf for giving us this opportunity to talk in this panel about how smart cities, how ready are they for pandemics, how they coped with the pandemic. I think today we heard some key ideas. Lana told us how digital transformation really was fast-tracked, and what could have been done in 2 years had to be done in 2 months. We heard from Asim about the framework, how to try to reduce the impact, and then how to cope with it and deal with the cases. We heard about the role of the academia and the urban intelligence concept from Dr. Saber, and Andrei gave us his views about smart services in smart cities, and how technology and entrepreneurship could get together to help us cope and solve the major problems. I think that the discussions we had today, not only in in this panel, but also in the other panels, gave us a very good overview. We've heard from leaders in the industry in Qatar. We heard about cybersecurity in smart cities. We heard about smart mobility, autonomous vehicles. We heard about sustainability, innovation, and our panel brought all of this together to think about smart cities being ready. I'd like to leave you with 3 key concepts from the discussions today. Analytics and data are at the heart of any digital transformation, and definitely for smart cities and for them being pandemic ready. The services to help us cope are all there. So many touchless services, cybersecurity solutions are in place to help us feel secure in a smart city. And we've seen how we coped quickly with remote education, remote working, and even remote entertainment. The final and key idea from my side is moving forward, this ecosystem of different players coming together, exchanging ideas, working together on solving our key challenges is critical for a pandemic-ready smart city, and definitely it's critical for mankind seeing the challenges coming our way. Again, thank you all for listening to us today. It was a pleasure to have my panelists with me. Thank you again, Musharraf, and have a great day. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Nizar, for this great summary of such an interesting discussion that you managed greatly. Thank you, dear panelists, for all the new ideas you gave. And now, before we say our goodbyes, let's go to Professor Juan Manuel from the University of Salamanca in Spain. He will share with us a demo of his own vision of a pandemic-ready smart city. Let's watch together.
Hello?
Juan, you can kindly start.
So do you listen to me? Hello? Hello, everybody?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very well. Thank you very much for that. And again, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to be here again. And I'm going to show you something we are doing in collaboration with M. Sharif and also with the University of Texas A&M in a joint project led with Professor Saber Traversi, who has been here with us. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to share my screen so you can see some of the work we are doing in order to develop the smart city of M. Sharif and also to be able to gather the data we need and the knowledge to make it safer and more comfortable even in this pandemic situation. So give me a second. So can you see my screen now? I am sharing it with you.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, but do you think the people can see? Because I still see myself on the screen.
That's fine. You can continue. We can see your screen. Everyone can see your screen.
Okay. Okay. Then very good. So with our project, what we try to do is to be able to, as I said, gather data so to make our city more sustainable. In that sense, we need smart cities are very dynamic ecosystem, and what we have to we are doing is to develop a very fast product in order to achieve our goals. So basically, we are using DBTarian, which is a tool that allows you to develop, for example, a dashboard by reading any kind of data source from any different source, relational, non-relational database, any kind of IoT sensors. You can also visualize the data and get the information from it and model the data. You can also create intelligent models in order to, for example, predict, customize or optimize a variable. And finally, you can create your own dashboard, which we are using these tools for making, even for predicting the price of the oil for some electric company and so on. So with M. Sharif, what we have done here basically is to create a system that is helping us to monitor what is going on there. So we can monitor, for example, the street occupancy. We can monitor the traffic at real time. We can follow the tram and see how many people is on the tram, the occupancy, and so on. And so we can know if people is going, and we guarantee people is moving around with the right amount of citizens among them. That's important, and with that information, we will be able, for example, to monitor traffic lights, so we don't have people waiting on the traffic light to cross over the road, and we can create a more efficient communication system in the Sharif city. So we can, apart from that, going ahead and be able to know what is the occupancy of the street and model it. So we can know where are the streets, where how many people is around. We can identify the days where more people is around and the time frames also, and to know, to predict what is going to happen in the future. We can also monitor the pollution, if there is any, Dominic, and so on from open data we have already in Qatar, and information about the weather. And with that, also with that information, we can also know access to information about the COVID provided by the government of Qatar, and provide advices to people where to walk around, when it's safer, and how to do it. And also from the security point of view, we can let people know where they have security points and have points and so on. Important when we have all of this type of information around us is to have it in a secure way. So with Sharif and with Texas A&T, we are putting together a very safe environment using DeepCN, which monitor all the infrastructure for the security of all the citizens, and that will allow us to create not just a real-time monitoring environment, taking into consideration all the ethics and security and data protection issues, but also to be able to provide the citizens of the street all the information they require in order in this pandemic situation be more comfortable and take the most of the profit of the city. Okay, I think it's been a long day for all of us, a beautiful day because we have learned a lot of things, and this is just an overview of a project we are running in collaboration with the Sharif research team and in collaboration with Texas AM at Qatar. Thank you very much for that and for your time.
Thank you, Professor Corcado, and thank you all for joining us today for this Doha Smart Cities Summit brought to you by Msharib Properties. We hope that the new ideas and that the best practices shared today will help us together build a pandemic-ready smart city, eco-friendly, functional, connected, safe, but most importantly, human-friendly. Stay safe and healthy, and let's meet again next year for new ideas and new solutions to a hopefully less complicated situations. Goodbye.